Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Cambridge, Massachusetts, on the campus of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology for game number 7, the finale of the Cambridge Division III softball regional between the MIT Engineers and the Rowan University Profs. This is the second game played today, and the first one, wow, what a game we had. Rowan got 3 runs home in the first. MIT exploded for 4 runs in the top half of the 6th inning. They got an additional run home in the 7th to make it ultimately a 5-3 victory, powered by some very fortunate defensive happenings, a 3-run bomb from Sarah Von On. And now the Engineers, who take the field in their Cardinal jerseys with silver sleeves and socks, take on the Rowan Profs, their gold jerseys, white pants, gold socks, and brown stripes as well. Raven Nazar pitched a complete game in the front end of this doubleheader. She is back out. MIT is the home team, the defense alignment. Michelle Wist is doing the catching. Devin gets at third. Maddie Pickett at short. Phoebe Lee is at second. Anya Chase is at first. Left to right across the outfield. Sierra Rosenzweig in left. Julia Chatterjee in center. And Sarah Von On out in right field. The Rowan lineup: Carly Anderson, Jesse at shortstop, Jessie DiDomenica in right, Cassandra Gerard at third, Kelly Duffy, the designated player, Morgan Zane in left field, Christina Garano, the catcher, Sonia Sharman, the second baseman, Mackenzie Short at first, and Christina Muller, the center fielder, are the hitters in that order, 1 to 9. Lauren Shannon will be the starter. We'll get to her numbers when she gets out into the circle to try and go against this MIT lineup that scored 1 run across the first 20 innings of offense, scored 5 runs in each of the last 2 games against Eastern Nazarene and now against Rowan. 5-4 2 days ago and 5-3 just under an hour ago was the final against Rowan. 5-4 the final against ENC 2 days ago in walk-off fashion. First pitch is a ball to Carly Anderson, the shortstop. That second one is in for a strike. And we're going. Two balls, 1 strike now. Pulled foul down outside the base coach. The umpires: Tanya Risucci is at home plate, Dudley Hamlin is at third, and Jennifer Walcott at first. Again, Risucci calling the balls and strikes. MIT, 30 wins, 11 losses, 1 tie on the season. They finished as the NEWMAC runner-up. This one is popped up to second and caught by Lee. Anderson is retired to open up the frame and yields for Jessie DiDomenica, who pitched the entire first game, cruising for much of it, ran into trouble in the 6th, and couldn't quite get out of it. She is playing in right field in this game, with Shannon doing the pitching in this one. This is inside, 2 balls, no strikes. Nazar now starting her 28th game. She's 18-7 with the win. She just completed 169.2 innings. An ERA of 132. It's already one of the best in the nation. It continues to improve. 32 earned runs, 44 total runs. 59 walks compared to 133 strikeouts. 27 appearances and starts, 18-7, 21 complete games. Already threw one of those complete games just earlier today. The count is 3 balls, 1 strike to DiDomenica. Popped up. Leanne Pickett out to get there. It'll fall into short center. Second batter of the inning results in the first base runner and first base hit. And here's Cassandra Gerard, the starting third baseman, including the numbers from the first game. Gerard, a .324 batter at the start of this game. Up and out. Wisp pulls it down and gives it back. Nasser ran into considerable trouble in the first inning of the first game. That's when Rowan got all 3 of their runs. She settled down and did work through the raindrops a bit at different points, but was able to work her way through. It's a breezy day, about 51, 52 degrees here in Cambridge. This field is in the middle of a natural wind tunnel with buildings on either side right near the Charles River. Nazar gets that one in for a strike. 2 balls and 1 for 1 out. Runner still standing over on first base. Kelly Duffy, the designated player, due up. Grounded to short. Pickett will get there. Throw to second. Got there. Won't attempt to throw it on to first. So DiDomenica is retired 6-4. That's very good range by Pickett. Gerard reaches on the fielder's choice. And here's Duffy. .312 average. 39 hits so far. 9 of them doubles. 30 runs batted in. Second on the team behind Morgan Zane, who had 2 runs batted in. And then scored the third one. She doubled in the first 2 in the first inning of the front end of this one in Game 6 of this regional. 1 ball, no strikes. Nazar delivers again. In at the letters, 1-1. Comes ready again. Popped up left side. That's out of play. Lands harmlessly foul inside the fence. Neighboring baseball field right next door. The MIT baseball team won the conference championship. They're moving on to the NCAA tournament. They're going to play SUNY Geneseo at the regional that's being held at the University of Southern Maine. Lifted to the left side. That lands in fair territory. Getz and Pickett both near there. That'll rule as a base hit. Gerard moves up to second. Duffy is on with a base hit. And here's the most dangerous hitter in the Rowan lineup today, Morgan Zane. .401 average through 43 of 45 games played this season with 36 runs driven in. Drove in 2 of the 3 and scored the third that Rowan got in the first game. Got them on an RBI double with 2 out. Runners on second and third for that first time. And now she's trying to do some more damage off Nazar with 2 out after the single fielder's choice and second single. Wisp digs that one out and hurls it back to Nazar. Nazar just trying to settle down, throw some strikes, and get the suddenly reinvigorated offense to the dish against Lauren Shannon. 2-1 after the strike finds the inside part of the plate. Lee calling out defensive signals for the outfield from her spot at second. Low and in, 3 balls, 1 strike. Another ball will bring Garino, who had the RBI right after Zane, to drive her in and make it 3-0 in the first inning of the first game. 3 balls, 1 strike. Nazar delivers. Low and inside. And MIT trying to work their way through some trouble as the bases are now loaded off the first walk issued by Nazar. Garino will take off the shin pads and walk out. .240 average, 26 runs batted in. The 26 of those came first inning of game number 6 of this regional. First pitch is a strike. Gerard at third, Duffy at second, Zane at first. Rowan trying to strike early. Low and in the dirt. Ball 1. Anything resulting from this at bat that is not an out equals at least a 1-run lead for Shannon to work with when she hits the circle. A 1-1. Misses inside. 2-1. This regional has been stuffed to the brim with close, intense plays and a lot of drama. Of course, it's going to be tight here again. Strike 2. One more strike gets Nazar and the Engineers out of the pickle. The delivery. Dropped and still fell a little too high. And outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes. A ball means a run. The 3-2. Grounded up the middle, into center, 1 run home. 2, here comes the throw to the plate. Not in time with the tag. And it's 2-0. Garino comes through again. As 3 runs batted in. Gerard and Duffy come home to score. Zane moves up to second. And they've scored 5 runs today, have the Profs. All 5 of them have come in the first inning of the games. We started to get to Nazar, who now has to deal with Sonia Sharman, the second base for this game. Versucci calls the play in, and we're ready to go. Zane standing at second after the base hit. First pitch inside, ball 1. Short waiting on deck. Brooke Coleman, the Engineer head coach, not happy with the early strike zone. Count evens at 1s. Lifted to left. Rosenzweig is in. That's over her head, and that's up against the fence. 1 run home. Throw comes in, is cut off at short, and it's 3-0. Morgan Zane crosses the plate. That's her second run scored today. Sharma is on at second with the double. Garino moves up to third. And this game is starting to eerily mirror the first one. Wist is out to talk with Nazar. For Sharma, who walked in with a .206 average. That's double number 2 this season. RBI number 11 for her. For Zane, that's run number 27 scored. First pitch is a ball, and Brooke Coleman is going to go out and have a chat with her ace. I would not be surprised if Colleen Campbell sees the circle in this game. Nazar, the 2-time reigning NEWMAC Pitcher of the Year, the undisputed ace of this team. A great performance through the first 2 games. She threw 20 innings, allowed only 1 run. It was not earned. The senior from Methuen, Massachusetts. One of 2 high-caliber starters that the Engineers can go to. Colleen Campbell, the other one. Started the game against Eastern Nazarene and pitched admirably for much of it as Nazar misses this one inside to short. 2 balls, no strike. And now the Engineers just looking for any way to get an out. Christina Muller on deck in case the inning gets to her. 2 up. Strike at the top of the zone, 2-1. They're going to have to show their comeback genes again in order to advance to the Super Regionals, which if MIT wins, it would be hosted here likely against Eastern Connecticut State, who pulled a dramatic upset over Tufts in the Medford Regional, beat them twice without ever going on to the loser's side of the bracket once and never facing elimination. Grounder to short. Pickett to first. The inning is over. 3 runs come across in the first inning for Rowan again. Lauren Shannon will go out to the circle. Coleman gathers her team, and the offense has work to do against the Rowan Profs, also trying to move on to the Supers themselves. Profs have a 3-0 lead after their first offensive tilt. They send Lauren Shannon, the junior from Sewell, New Jersey, from Washington Township High, trying to pitch this team into the Super Regionals in what seems very likely as though they would end up hosting these Supers if they were to win. So home field has extra goodies on the line on top of the Super Regional bid. Devin Getz to lead off the inning, figured into the run, scored the ultimate game, drove in the ultimate game winner run on a liner that went to third. First pitch is in for a strike. Shannon this season a 1.40 ERA in 25 appearances, 22 starts now in her 26th appearance, as Getz takes that one for an 0-2 count. 115 innings with 65 hits allowed, 34 runs, 23 of those were earned, a strikeout 120, walked 62, so nearly a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, as Getz will lift this one to right field, hangs up and is caught out there by Dee Domenica. The defense behind Shannon across the infield. Cassandra Gerard is at third. Carly Anderson, the shortstop. Sonia Sharman at second, and Mackenzie Short at first. Left to right across the outfield, Morgan Zane, Christina Muller, and Jessie Dee Domenica, with the catching being done by Christina Garino. Here's Julia Chatterjee with the count at 1 ball, no strikes, the Engineer center fielder. Shell Wist waiting in the wings. Will get a chance to bat this frame. Thinks about it. Called a strike, count evens at 1s. Wind's starting to pick up. Chatterjee will flare this one out the right side and foul. Count is at 1-2 after the foul sprayed off the left side. takes it. That's a brave take. It works out. 202 average for the engineer freshman from Hinesdale, Illinois. Outside again, count is full. Scored 15 runs on the season. Hoping to get on for a chance to do some more damage. 3-2. Slashes this one foul. Drops harmlessly over the MIT dugout and out of play. Shannon, ready and delivers. Low, and MIT has their first base runner. First batter on is a walk. Here is Michelle Wist. Been a little bit hot and a little bit cold, but unfortunately for so far this tournament, a lot more of it has been on the cooler side. First pitch is low and inside. Entered with a 357 average to lead the team by a fair margin. The catcher from Cypress, Texas, hasn't had as much success at the plate so far this tournament. Ahead of the count, 1-0. Swings at that one, an uppercut swing, looking for the fences. She's tied with Devin Getz for the team lead with 4 home runs, which also ties a program record, which she co-owns. She had 4 last year as well. The 1-1. Swings and misses at that one as well. Maddie Pickett on deck. There's just 1 out resulting from this one, or if Wist gets on, then Pickett will hit. Chatterjee running. Not known for her speed. That one is well up and goes to the backstop. Chatterjee will go on effectively a wild pitch. And just like that, MIT has a runner in scoring position. Emlyn, the umpire at third, just moves over. Ready to take this next one. Wist fouls it off. Chatterjee this season has attempted 9 steals, was successful on 7 of those. Third on the team behind Rosenzweig and Getz. Getz, by the way, with 28 successful steals on 30 attempts. A program record. The prior record was 20. Wist fouls it off again. She has worked a good at-bat. Seems increasingly likely that anything that drops in the outfield, if it's not hit too close to the outfielders, may well score Chatterjee. Big opening in right center. Shortstop playing closer to the left field side than actually at the bag. The 2-2. Low and in. Full count. A very patient eye. A very careful eye. Wist climbs back in. Count is full. It's only the first inning, but it still feels like a potential swinging point. Wist pulls it foul. That had home run height and distance. Just not home run accuracy. A little out ahead of the swing and didn't miss it by that much. We'll try the full count again. Shannon looks at the call sheet on her left hand. Well outside, ball 4, and 2 engineers are aboard with free passes. Here's Maddie Pickett. The right decision for Carly Anderson to come over and have a chat, and also to help kind of scuff up the pitcher's path. She'll hop back to her defensive position. Pickett, a 303 average on the season with 21 runs driven in, 2 homers so far, 15 Ks, 10 walks. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Had a single and scored a pair of runs in the last game. 3 hits across the last 2 games. She's figured heavily into the offense, and she's been outstanding defensively for almost all of this tournament. Behind this count 0-2, Anya Chase hitting behind her. Pickett will pull this one foul. That'll get onto the outfield of the neighboring Fran O'Brien, which is the baseball field next door. Starting to run out of fouls, actually. Home plate umpire Tanya Rizzucci was just over at the MIT dugout to get a few. Irving Rogers, who's a reserve umpire, gives in the ones that he was holding in reserve. Raven Nasser gives one that she was holding on to. So that's why the delay right now. No balls, 2 strikes. Chatterjee at second, Wist at first. Both on walks. Pickett at the plate behind the count to Lauren Shannon, 0-2. Pops up, foul. Both Wist and Pickett have done an excellent job of spraying off fouls and of working this count. First half of this regional, it felt like was all pitching all the time. The offenses have woken up a bit more in the last few games. Runners ready. Pickett pulls that one and just sends it foul. Straighten that out a little bit, and that's at least close down the left field line to a home run, maybe over in the bleachers. It's 205 feet down the left field foul pole. Same down the right. The 0-2 again. Pickett sends it foul. That will miss the... That sailed over a bus that's out on Vassar Street. Maybe hit a bike out there or something. It's a fairly well-trafficked street here in Cambridge that goes right next to the athletics campus and right next to Simmons Hall, a residence dorm across the street here. Pickett continues to do a great job of spraying off fouls. 3-0 Rowan, Game 7 of the Cambridge Regional. The winner of this game moves on to the Super Regionals and likely hosts, likely against Eastern Connecticut State, who defeated one of the top seeds in New England, the Tufts Jumbos, and never lost a game in their regional, as Pickett swings and misses over the top of that one and strikes out. That's the second out of the inning. Here's Anya Chase, first baseman. .295 average this season for the regular first baseman. Takes that first from the outside part for a strike. 38 hits and 129 at bats, 6 doubles, 16 runs batted in. MIT had some trouble capitalizing on their opportunities the first few games, and Chase has fallen behind this count 0-2. They loaded the bases a grand total of 4 times against Rowan in the 2 games played against them. Only once have they gotten at least a run home, and that time was only 1 run home. Well outside the 1-2 now. Chase has walked 8 times and struck out 15. Make it 16. Swings over the top of that one. 2 Ks for Shannon. The first inning is over. Rowan leads 3-0, sending their offense back out to the circle. Top half of the second, 8 Profs came to the plate in the top half of the first. 3 of them crossed the plate. The 9th hitter in the lineup, Christina Muller, up now, the speediest member of the Profs, takes the first pitch outside for a ball, gets in lead, charging in, ready for a bunt or a slash, as that one is off Wist's mask and to the backstop. I'll take a moment to just let Wist shake that one off. Climbs back in. He counts at 1-1. Offers a bunt. That's fouled off. New box of softballs broken out for the last game. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nazar delivers. Doesn't miss by a lot, but that's outside. Count is now 2-2. Fouled back. Muller, the senior from Basking Ridge, New Jersey, strikes out. First K for Nazar in this game. We're back to the top of the lineup for Anderson, who popped up to second her first trip to the plate. First pitch to the Prof shortstop is outside. An outside part of the plate, rather, for strike number 1. Low and away. Wist corrals it, gives it back to Nazar. 1 ball, 1 strike. Line to third. That'll trickle foul. That's low. Misses narrowly for a ball. Count runs full, 3-2. Pulled foul down the left side. Anderson now working a very good at bat. Grounded to the right side. Lee up with it to first. 2 retired. Here's DeDominica up next. Singled in the first. Retired on a fielder's choice 6-4 for the second out of the inning before good offensive work for Rowan to continue the frame and get 3 more runs across. First pitch to the right fielder. And normal starter is outside for ball number 1. He's outside. That's up. pulled to left field, a base hit. DiDomenica is now 2 for 2. Here's Cassandra Gerard with Rowan trying to rally for more runs with now 2 outs. This is away, ball 1. Gerard reached on a fielder's choice when she grounded out deep to short and forced out DiDomenica, so she did come around and score one of the 3 Prof runs. Lifted to center, Chatterjee on the run, that's going to get to the fence, that's going to be trouble. Rounding and heading for home, throw will go to third, and in safely is Gerard with the RBI triple to make it 4-0 Rowan here in the 2nd inning. Duffy will hit next for Gerard. That's triple number 3 this season. RBI number 21. Duffy up next. First pitch inside, strike 1. For Duffy this year, singled earlier on for hit number 40 of the season. .312 average that will increase. Lifted to the left side, that's out of play. More work to do for the Engineers offensively if they are to come back in this one. To the right side, that's fair, that's on the line, and it's 5-0. Duffy hits first, rounds, heads for second, heading for third, and she will slide in ahead of the tag safely with back-to-back RBI triples. That makes it 5-0 Rowan. That's the first triple of the season for Duffy. That's her 31st run driven in. $5-0 right now is the Rowan offense capitalizing on their opportunities. Nazar misses that first pitch inside to Morgan Zane, who walked her first time up, came around and scored one of the 3 runs in the 1st inning. The Engineers have come back twice, each time from deficits of 2 or 3 runs, as Lee can't get that one, and it's 6-0. Zane, another run driven in. Brooke Coleman will come out and talk to her team. As Morgan Zane's base hit, she's now reached base twice, the 400-plus hitter now. Drives in her 37th run of the season. And they have gotten to Raven Nazar, who just needs one more out to try and get out of this inning. The Engineers have come back twice in this tournament to win games. All their games in this tournament have been in dramatic fashion. The first one, a 1-0 10-inning walk-off against Husson. The second one, a walk-off loss on an error, 1-0 in 10 innings to these Profs. The third one, down 4-2 going into the 7th. They walked it off against Eastern Nazarene. And just under an hour or so ago, the Engineers were down 3-0 going into the 6th inning, scored 4 runs, and rode a fortunate defensive play, which benefited from missed base running assignments, as the count now goes to 2 balls and 1 strike on Garino, who singled and drove in the first 2 runs of the 1st inning, trying to continue the offensive parade as Nazar drops that one on the outside part of the plate for a strike. Count is 2-2, and the Engineers need just 1 more strike to get out of this messy inning. Nazar's ready. The delivery, low and in, 3-2. Sharma waiting on deck if the inning gets to her. Grounded to third. Gets to first. The inning is over. The deficit's overcome by the Engineers. 2 runs against Eastern Nazarene and 3 runs against the Profs earlier today. In order to extend their season, they're going to have to overcome a 6-run deficit, more than both their 2 deficits in their first 2 comebacks combined. That's what the season is going to have to take to continue for the Engineers. Brief pause. Back in a moment. Bottom 2 on the way. Six to nothing is the advantage for Rowan. They've scored 3 runs in the first and second innings each. Sarah Von On, Claire Wickman, and Phoebe Lee, the slated MIT batters, as the UMAC's 7th best offense throughout the course of the regular season and the playoffs. They're going to have to mount what would be an enormous comeback to try and extend their season. Von On, one of the heroes of the first game today, a 3-run belt in order to tie the game up in the top of the 6th inning. Tied it at 3 apiece. Fouls the first one back. A .306 batter with now 19 runs batted in this season. 38 hits. Check swing went through the zone, and it's strike 2. Lauren Shannon pitching very well to start. Had 2 strikeouts in the first after walking 2. And bared down after Mox trying to go for 3. I'll have to throw another one as that one misses up and out. Three members of this MIT team are seniors, as Von On looks at that one outside. Amber Van Amel, Raven Nasser, and Erica Anderson. The 3 members of this team whose careers will end at season's end for the Props. Gianna Decker, Christina Muller, Carly Anderson, and Cassandra Gerard, 4 members, as this one is popped up to second base and retired.
Number 6,
Claire Wickman up next, the designated player. Starting her, getting to play in now her 19th game. Didn't really start, had only started 2 games before the tournament began. She started every single one since the first Rowan game 2 days ago. Started everyone since as the designated player. Ahead of the count, 1 ball, no strikes. Sun trying to break through a reasonably thick cloud cover here in Cambridge. A brisky, windy day. An improvement over yesterday's monsoon. Count even at 1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Wickman. Fans on that one, and Shannon in a zone on the circle. Outside, count evens at 2s. Lee waiting on deck, hoping for a chance to go to the plate with someone on. Foul dot one off to the left side. That's off the support pole and down right in front of the Engineer dugout. Put back onto the pitcher, and we'll go for another 2-2 count. The 2-2. Up and out. Doesn't miss by a ton. Wickman this season has worked 3 walks, also struck out 3 times. 160 average so far this year. The 3-2. Outside, ball 4. Second baseman Phoebe Lee up next, the Morganville, New Jersey native. Home run in the Husson game to win it. Big piece of the rally against ENC for that victory as well. Rosenzweig waiting on deck. The second time these programs ever faced off last season, which was a 6-6 tie. Rosenzweig drove in 3 of the Engineer runs as Lee lifts this one to left. Zane is over and under it to make the catch. That's 2 retired. And Rosenzweig up next. The Anchorage, Alaska native batting at .262. Has driven in 10 runs, has a team-high 5 triples. A double and a home run thrown onto her extra base counter as well for 7. Takes the first one inside. And she was hit by that. That must have caught her on the left elbow, so she's on with a hit by pitch. Wickman moves up a base as well. And we're back to the top of the Engineer lineup for Devin Getz, who flew out to right field her first time up. 4 home runs for her this season. 21 runs batted in. The 4 home runs tied with Wist for a team and program high. 4 triples as well, 12 doubles. This is the best extra base hitter that the Engineers have. 2 out here in the bottom of the second inning. There's a lot of time to try and get some runs back, but they have to start chipping away at least now, as that one just barely misses. That was a nice drop on the pitch by Shannon, but the count is now 2 balls, no strikes. Spins it and delivers. The inside part of the plate, strike 1. Chatterjee waiting on deck. She reached her first time. Walked and advanced on a wild pitch up to second. Two one. Inside. Shannon is living on that inside part of the plate. It's 3 balls, 1 strike. Ball means the bases to be loaded. And that's what we get. This is the 5th time that the Engineers have loaded the bases against the Profs across 3 games. And as of yet, they have only driven in 1 run in these bases loaded situations. If they are to come back currently down 6-0, then they have to get a few runs. They really want to hang a crooked number. Rowan has hung 3 runs up in each of their first 2 offensive Our apologies for the technical difficulties. The stream is back up and running. Let's catch you up to speed on what's happened. The Engineers got 2 runs home as this one is lifted to left field. Underneath it to catch it is Julia Chatterjee to retire the side in the top half of the third. Carly Anderson with that flyout. So MIT got 2 runs home in the bottom half of the second inning on a base hit by Julia Chatterjee. That was blooped into short left field. Devin Getz was thrown out to conclude that inning, tagged out at third base, a call which Brooke Coleman ultimately disputed but did not win the argument on that call. Raven Nasser returned to the circle to face the first batter in Sonia Sharman. Nasser allowed a hard base hit to left for Sharma. She was then pulled for Colleen Campbell, who came on and threw a clean 1-2-3 part of her inning. Mackenzie Short rolled a bunt back to the pitcher, was retired out on the sacrifice to move Sharman up to second. Christina Muller struck out swinging, and Carly Anderson, you just saw, fly out to center field. So that's where we are right now. Michelle Wist, Maddie Pickett, and Anya Chase due up for the Engineers. It's a 4-run game. They loaded the bases in the last inning with 2 out and at least got runs off of it. That's only the second and third time in 5 total attempts with the bases loaded that they have gotten any damage done in terms of runs coming home. So Wist, who walked her first time up in this inning, walked twice in the first game, that was played earlier today. Pickett and Chase, the slated batters for the bottom half of the third inning. The Engineers have pulled off some pretty amazing dramatics through the duration of this tournament, as they're trying to come up with a little bit more. First pitch from Lauren Shannon. High, Wist takes it. Ball 1. One up. Lifted to the left side. That's out of play. That's right on the scorer's table and right around near us. So the count goes to 1-1 after Wist puts one in a pretty difficult spot to actually hit it to on the foul with the netting right over top. Lifts this one to the right side. That's near the fence and lands just over the side of the fence before any prof can get there. Interesting stories for both of these mascots. Rowan is the prof. Their logo is an owl. Prof actually refers to professional owl. The mascot name is Who, as in the sound that an owl makes. Are you? So Who Are You is the full name. As that one is rolled, Wist will reach at first on the infield hit that kicks off of Shannon's glove. And Maddie Pickett on to hit next. Who Are You is the name of the prof mascot. The logo is actually an owl. It's a professorial animal. Is the nickname is the Profs at Rowan. At MIT, meanwhile, the actual name of the school nickname is the Engineers. The logo is of a beaver. It was adopted as the mascot at the annual dinner of the Technological Club in New York on January 17, 1914, by a group of MIT alums. Beaver has been named Tim, as MIT spelled backwards, so technically the name of the MIT mascot is Tim the Beaver. Lester Gardner provided the description of the mascot for the Beaver name for the school. And as Pickett takes that one low, the count is 3 balls, 1 strike. A member of the class of 1898, the justification, the Beaver not only typifies the Tech, but his habitats are particularly our own. The Beaver is noted for his engineering and mechanical skills and habits of industry. His habits are nocturnal. He does his best work in the dark. So that is your reason why the Beaver is the mascot of the MIT Engineers. As Pickett walks, and Anya Chase is coming up next. We're going to have a trip by Kim Wilson out to the circle to have a chat with Lauren Shannon. We're just going to make sure that she settles back down. Chase up next. Vaughn on. Hit a 3-run game-tying homer in the 6th inning of the first game here today, waiting on deck. Chase, the first baseman, struck out swinging to end the first. To leave 2 runners on. Fouls that one directly backwards. There's one other quite interesting connection between these schools. Rowan was originally a teacher's college. It had that name in many different forms until 1992, when a gift generously donated by the industrialist Henry Rowan came in to support it. He is a New Jersey native and also a graduating member of the class of 1947 at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. So Rowan is actually named for an alum of MIT. Rowan most known for its development of special education programs, and also known for developing occupational and physical therapy programs as well. Chase looks at that one outside. The count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. No one out in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Rowan got 3 runs in the 1st and 2nd respectively. Chase looking for something to hit. Gets it, lifts it to left. That's going to drop. That's one home. Wist is going to turn and dive back in at 3rd base as she made the turn and Coleman held her up. She's in safely, and for the 2nd straight inning, the bases are loaded, this time with no one out. Sarah Von On comes up to hit next with the bases loaded, no one out. The bases juiced with Engineers. Wist at 3rd, Pickett at short, and Ace on at 1st. Lauren Shannon to deal to the Engineer right fielder. Lifts it to left. That's fouling out of play. Had a very similar situation in the front end of this day. 6th inning, hit a 3-run dinger to dead center. Behind the count, 0-1. Von On will slash this one foul up into the netting as well. Claire Wickman in the on-deck circle. Phoebe Lee behind her if the inning gets there. Von On now in defend the plate territory with the count at 0-2. Von On will ground this one to the left side. Thrown over to first. They get the out there. Wist crosses the plate. So that makes it 6-3. They get another run home with the bases loaded. Pickett moves up to 3rd and Chase moves up to 2nd. So it is a productive out and Von On's 4th run batted in today. Lead has now been cut from 6-0 to 6-3, and there's still opportunities to do some damage with Wickman, the designated player, up to hit, and Phoebe Lee waiting in the on-deck circle. Fouled straight backwards. Count goes to 1 ball, 1 strike. Wickman has played in 16 of the Engineer games, only started in 2 at the start of the tournament. Has started every one since the first Rowan game. That one is fanned over top. One ball, 2 strikes. Shannon delivers. Well up and well out. Count evens at 2s. Call sheet look. Even up. Full count. Brave take by Wickman. Gets the call her way. Full count. Runners likely will be going. Slashed foul into the netting. Lee waiting. Rosenzweig behind her should she get a chance. 1 out. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. It's a 3-run game here in Game 7 of the Cambridge Regional. Shannon delivers. Wickman fouls it off again. This gets made the catch right against the railing inside the MIT dugout off the netting. The team's still having fun despite the high tense situation. Each team trying to advance to the Super Regionals. The winner likely hosts. Likely against Eastern Connecticut State. Another full count to the left side. Fielded. They've got Chase in a pickle. They'll tag her out, so that's 2 retired. Pickett does come home to score. That makes it a 2-run game. 2 fairly productive ground outs as Wickman reaches on the fielder's choice. And Phoebe Lee comes up to hit next. Chase retired 6-4 on the tag out for the 2nd out of the inning, as Lee will foul this one directly backwards. Count is 0-1. Lee flew out to left field her first time up. Lifts this one to left. That's carrying back to center and caught out there. It hung up a little bit too long, and Christina Muller tracks it down. So MIT cuts the deficit a little bit closer as Lee gave it a ride out to left. Could have tied it. Not quite. But the deficit now only 2. Colleen Campbell to the circle, trying to keep Rowan off the board any further. I did not get to give the full stat read for Colleen Campbell before she took the hill, so I'll give her the full read now. This is her 20th appearance. She started 15 of those, this one obviously in relief. 11 wins, 4 losses. Did not figure into the decision yesterday. That win went to Amber Van Amel. Campbell left with 1 out still left to get. Van Amel threw 1 pitch and induced a ground out. Campbell, for her part, a 1.47 ERA with 81 runs allowed, 30 runs allowed. 22 of them were earned. 108 strikeouts with 28 walks allowed so far. 105 full innings as the count to 2-0 now as the first is away to Di Dominica, who has reached base twice, singled in the first, retired on a fielder's choice, singled in the second, came around and scored one of 6 runs that the Profs have gotten across. Strike from Campbell. Rowan figured out Raven Nazar and chased her. Campbell retired the first 3. Line out to Chatterjee, first 4, as that one was on a rope. Now, but Di Dominica is retired for the first time today. That's back-to-back flyouts to center. Here's Cassandra Gerard. Reached twice, scored twice. A fielder's choice to reach in the first with 2 out. Scored on the Garino single. Tripled in the third to drive in Di Dominica ahead of her. And scored herself on the Duffy triple that followed pretty immediately afterwards. Wind starting to blow a little bit more. Fouled back on a riser from Campbell. One ball, 1 strike. The book for Nazar on the first game is that's another riser up high, strike 3. That's 2 retired. The book on Nazar, she threw 2+ innings, gave up 6 runs. All of them were earned. Nine hits across those 2+ innings as the Rowan offense really came alive. Struck out only 1 and gave up 1 walk. First pitch is a strike to Duffy. Second pitch is a little bit inside. Duffy, 2 singles, two base hits, a single in the first, a triple in the second. Came around and scored both times. Scored on Morgan Zane's single immediately after her triple. The 1-1. Pulled, caught by Getz. They don't call it the hot corner for nothing. Getz right there to receive it. The Engineers have gotten 2 runs in the second and 2 runs in the third. Their offense coming up in the fourth. Rosenzweig, Getz, and Chatterjee trying to get a couple more and cut this deficit closer, hopefully for their sake, down to 0. Back in a moment. New pitcher entering for the Rowan Profs. Number 9, the freshman from Kinnelon, New Jersey, Alexa Sacamano. This is her 6th appearance of the season, 2 wins, no losses, a 1.05 ERA. This would be, in essence, I guess a 4-inning save would be the way that would work out, but she's thrown 6 2/3 innings, allowed 5 hits, 2 runs, only 1 of them earned, walked 4, struck out 2, opponents batting .200 against her. Big spot, trying to close shut the door on the MIT offense. 6-4 is the score entering the 4th inning. Rosenzweig was hit by a pitch in the 2nd, came around and scored on the bloop hit by Chatterjee. That brought in 2 in that frame. Lifts this first one to the right side. Under it and making the catch and really running her teammate over and picking her back up immediately is second baseman Sharma running over DiDomenica in right field. A cute moment, but also the first out of the inning. The first pitch that Sacamano throws results in an out. The book on Shannon, she threw 3 innings. Allowed all 4 of the MIT runs as that one outside hit 1 batter with a pitch. Walked 5 batters across those 3 innings. Struck out 2. And gave up 3 hits. First pitch to Getz is a strike. Lifts this one to the right side, underneath it, and roaming out there to make the catch. An almost snow-coned catch by Sharma. But both outs are pop-outs to the right side. That's 2 down. Here's Chatterjee. Walked in the first, reached second, singled in the second, has reached base twice and has driven in 2 runs for the day. Trying to continue, it's been a very good day for her. First pitch low and away. Michelle Wist waiting on deck, hoping the inning gets to her. The 1-0. High and inside, 2-0. The 2-0 to number 2. Rolled down the right side and foul. A little bit out ahead of that one, up and in. Count goes to 2 balls, 1 strike, as Chatterjee might have had extra bases on that one if it had landed fair. Two 1. This one floated to short and caught for the out. Sacamano comes in, throws a clean 1-2-3 inning with pop-ups, 2 of them to second and 1 to short. Settles down. To the 5th we go, 6-4, Rowan in the lead. Zane, Garino, and Sharma, the scheduled batters, due up for the Profs in the top half of the 5th inning. 6-4 is their lead. It was at one point 6-0. MIT chipped away with 2 runs in the 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Rowan got 3 runs in the 1st and 3 runs in the 2nd. Zane has figured into both of those run-scoring sprees. A walk in the 1st, came around and scored on the Sonia Sharman double in the 1st. Singled home Kelly Duffy, so scored a run and driven in a run. Also drove in a pair of runs earlier and scored one. So she has driven in 3 of the Prof 9 runs and has scored 2 of the others, as this one has popped up to the right side now to play. So across the 2 games played today, Rowan has scored 9 runs. Zane has driven in 3 of them and has scored 2 of them. So 5 of the 9 runs are Zane's responsibility. As that one bounces in on the pitch by Campbell, the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2 from Campbell. Pulled foul down the left side. Pretty cool and breezy day here in Cambridge, about 51-52. Windy as this one is popped up on the circle, gets calling for it, comes across the field and makes the catch. So the opening batter is retired, 5P for out number 1. Campbell looked like she was calling for it as Getz came across the field and made that catch. Here's Christina Garino, who grounded out to third her last time up in the 2nd inning, singled in the 1st to drive in a run and make it 3-0 at the time. Actually, drove in 2 runs, made it 2-0 at the time, advanced to third and was stranded there. But still played her part in the offense as that one misses up for a ball and a strike. Sharma hitting behind her will get a turn to hit this inning. Wist held it to try and get the call, didn't, so the count is now 2-1. Catches the plate, 2-2. MIT has shown a flair for dramatics on this field. Last year, trailed Babson 2-0 before pulling out a walk-off 3-2 victory to win their first ever NUMAC championship. This year, they've been up and down. They trailed Eastern Nazarene 4-2, came back and won that game. As this one is popped up to the right side, Chase coming over, and that lands inside the Rowan dugout. It goes to 3-2 now. MIT down 4-2 to East Nazarene, battled back, scored 3 runs, capped off by a Wist blooper single for a game winner to score. Devin Getz had herself a game against the Lions for her own part. Campbell delivers, fouled back, very good at bat from Garino. And then earlier today, the Engineers trailed Rowan 3-0. Went on with the homer to tie it. Getz batted the ball to third. That was O'Lade. And Rosenzweig came home to score to make it 4-3. Engineers ended up winning 5-3 and forced the 7th game as Garino walks. And here's Sharma. First walk issued by Campbell. First base runner that the Profs have gotten against Campbell. Sharma, 2 for 2. A double in the first to drive in a run. A single in the third, so a very good day for her. Advanced to second when Campbell came on and induced a sacrifice bunt. Did not advance beyond second. She was the last base runner to get on for the Profs before the last walk by Garino as the count goes to 1 ball, 1 strike. Ready and delivers. Fouled straight backwards, counts 1 and 2. Campbell, the Snoqualmie, Washington native from the Forest Ridge School of Sacred Heart, delivers that one a little too high, 2 and 2. Two. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Campbell has had a strikeout every inning since she's been on. Sharma sits down for the first time today after an at-bat instead of going to base. And here's Mackenzie short. Ground out to short to end the first. A sacrifice bunt, 1-4 retired in the third, so she has been recorded out twice. Swings and misses at that first one up. Wist just whips the ball back into Campbell. Does not even give a passing thought for Garino to run. The 0-1. Campbell delivers. Well outside, 1 and 1. Everyone in the dugouts who not a regular fielder has their jackets on as the wind's starting to feel quite chilly. 1-2 as that strike catches the plate. Rainy here on Friday, but we still played the games. It was a bit misty, but everything got done. Perfect and gorgeous on Saturday. Strike 3 by Campbell. And it's a windy day. Added on to by back-to-back strikeouts, both swinging to end the 5th. Pickett, Chase, and Vaughn on. The hitters due up in the bottom half of the 5th inning. These have been some of the most dangerous MIT hitters. Rowan trying to get the final 9 defensive outs to send themselves to the Super Regional. Engineers trying to get 2 more runs to tie it, 3 more runs to take the lead, and send themselves to the Super Regional for the 3rd time all-time, and the 2nd consecutive year it would be the first time hosting the Supers. Brief pause, back in a moment. Wist, Pickett, and Chase. Michelle Wist up first. A walk and a single. Came home and scored in the 3rd. Was stranded on at second base. A very good offensive day so far for her in this 2nd game. Trying to keep that going. First pitch catches the outside part of the plate for strike number 1. The 0-1. Wist rolls this one to second. Picked, bobbled at second, and that'll be an E4. The leadoff hitter is on the first defensive mistake made. And here's Matty Pickett. The shortstop struck out swinging in the first, singled in the third, came around and scored on the fielder's choice induced by Wickman. First pitch from Pickett in the dirt. Wist doesn't range too far off the base. Scampers back in pretty quickly. MIT baseball team also will be taking part in the NCAA tournament. They face Oswego State, which opens up on Friday, as Pickett ground to short. Second for 1. They will not attempt the throwback to first, as Wist wiped off the base path 6-4 for the first out of the inning. Pickett reaches on the FC, fielder's choice, and Anya Chase is up next. A strikeout in the first to end that inning swinging, and a single in the third. Vaughn on, waiting on deck. First base in a little bit. Third base at semi-regular depth. Second and short at double play depth as Chase fouls this first one backwards. MIT baseball playing Oswego State that game, and they're taking part in the regional, which is being hosted at the University of Southern Maine, which starts up on Friday. The other team in that regional, New England College. That one is low. Ball 1. Wind is blowing all around. It's a natural wind tunnel here in Cambridge. 1 ball, 1 strike. Slashed foul into the top netting. Vaughn on. Hoping for a chance to hit. One ball, 2 strikes. Pickett will be running on anything that's hit to the outfield that gets down. Lifted to the left side. That's close. That falls harmlessly in foul territory. Third base was uncovered, so if that landed, Pickett may well have gotten aggressive and gone into third. Would have been Sacramento's responsibility to get over and cover it. It's just an academic thought at this point. The count remains 1-2 with Chase working a good at bat. Takes that one off the glove. Pickett will scamper down to second off the, I don't know if you call that a passed ball or a wild pitch on that one. It was off the mitt, so until I'm told otherwise, I will list that one as a passed ball. That it was a wild pitch. So that is the second wild pitch thrown by a Rowan pitcher in this game, as Chase will float this one to center under it, and making the catch is Muller. That's 2 retired. Chase is retired on the fly out to center. That's the second out of the frame. Here's Sarah Vaughn on, the Engineer right fielder. 0 for 2 today, a pop-up in the second, a ground out to short, which did bring home a run, so she does have an RBI on the day. That's 4 of the Engineer runs driven in off the Westland Oregonians' bat. We're trying to break the hitless streak. It's a 2-run difference as the Engineers have 7 more defensive outs worth of life left. Vaughn on will float this one left side that lands out of play and foul. Count is now 1-1 on Vaughn on. Claire Wickman waiting on deck, hoping the inning gets to her. Alexa Sacamano has done a very good job since coming in. Just barely misses that one outside, 2-1. Looks into the dugout, gets the signal, confirms on the call sheet, and delivers. Another foul from Von On, a little bit behind it. Might have been able to drop that one to the left side, but as is, it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Pickett standing on second base. A strike ends the inning and sends us to the 6th. The 2-run difference. 2-2. Takes it high, full count. The 3-ball, 2-strike count. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Sacamano gets what she needs and sends the game 6-4 in Rowan's favor to the 6th inning. Campbell sprints out of the dugout, as she always does, back to the rubber, looking to continue the work she's done so far. To the 6th, Rowan in the lead. Hitters 9, 1, and 2. Muller, Anderson, and DiDomenica. DiDomenica, excuse me. Muller up first. A pair of strikeouts. One swinging in the second, one swinging in the third. Getz and Lee in from third and second, respectively. They make a play near the plate as first pitch is a ball narrowly outside. Gamble hasn't allowed a runner beyond second in the time since she came on. Has been excellent in relief. The 1-0. Strike 1 over the heart of the plate. Campbell ready. The 1-2. Way too high. The pitch ended up being above the brim of Muller's helmet. Count goes to 2-1. Campbell delivers again. Strike 2. No, that missed inside. And the MIT dugout, and every MIT fan and the MIT broadcaster thought that was a strike on that one. So Campbell work again, and it's a leadoff walk, ball 4. To open up the 6th. That's a good open for the Profs. They have their speediest runner on base to open up, looking to get a little bit of insurance. Muller has attempted 14 steals this season, has been successful 13 times. Wouldn't be surprised to see her running as Carly Anderson up now. A very quiet day, a surprisingly silent day for the leadoff hitter and shortstop. A pop-up to second to lead off the game, a ground out to second in the second, and a fly out to center in the third. She has gone quietly so far. Swings and misses at that one. Throw down in time. The tag not applied by Pickett. That came across, and that just missed. Would have caught the brim of Muller's helmet. Anderson swung and missed at that one, so that's a strike. Count is now 0-2. Well, for Muller, that's steal number 14 out of 15 attempts. Line to the right side. Von On there to make a play on it. Throw goes in at first, not in time for the out there. Muller will advance. Anderson is on with her first base hit of the game, and the first time that she's been on base at all in this game. And here's DiDomenica. The pitcher in the first game threw a complete game, ran out of steam a little bit later. 2 for 3, a single in the first, wiped out on the base path, singled and scored in the second, fly out to center in the fourth as Campbell, first pitch is thrown for a bunt. Whist, they throw back to third to make sure that Muller doesn't go too far. Anderson steals a base and moves up to second. The base hit very likely scores 2 runs as Anderson attempted her 8th steal and was successful for the 7th time. Count is 0-1. Bounces in the dirt. No balls. Well, 1 ball and 1 strike now with nobody out. The Rowan offense rallying again. It's a 2-run difference. It was at 1.6-0. MIT got 2 runs in each of the second and third as that one is called for a ball. Winner moves on to the Super Regionals. Very likely the winner hosts. Guaranteed the winner hosts if it's MIT. Likely the winner hosts if it's Rowan. Catches the outside part of the plate for a strike, 0-2. Campbell ready to deliver. A 2-2. Well outside. Infield in all the way around as the count has gone full now. Pulled foul. Got all of that one, but was too early on it. Three balls, 2 strikes. With no one out, 2 runners on. Campbell delivers. Popped up, that's in the netting and back down into Wist's glove. This is a good at-bat worked by DiDomenica. Will climb back in. Full count. Pulled to left and foul again. That one a little bit closer than the last time. And is pulled that way as Lee will come over. Slap 5s and gloves with Campbell. Classmates, both sophomores. Another 3-2. Lifted to left. That one lands even closer, but still foul. Didn't quite have the distance as the other 2 foul home runs, essentially. The 2 players wearing number 12 on their teams doing a lot of work in this at-bat. Feels like this is a turning point for the game, potentially. Another foul. Gallman will hand a pair of fouls to the umpire. This is a great at-bat being worked by both sides. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no one out. 2 runners on. The pitch. Inside, ball 4. The bases are now loaded with no one out and Cassandra Gerard up. Infield will stay in. Throw immediately comes home. The difference is 2. Lee and Pickett will back up a hair. First pitch popped up. Chase and Wist both there. Wist doesn't come up with it. Misread where it was going to land. Gerard today reached on a fielder's choice in the first, eventually scored, tripled in a run in the second, and then scored on the following Duffy triple. Last time up, lined out hard to third base, and Devin Getz made a very nice play on it. Count is 0-1. Count is 0-2. Colleen Campbell in the most danger she's been in since entering. The 0-2. Upstairs, 1-2. ball, 2 strikes, no one out. Bases loaded. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Can't be understated. That's a critical out to get 1 away. Here's Duffy, who's figured into the offense considerably. A single back in the first. Came around and scored a triple in the second. Drove in a run and scored herself. She has figured into half of the Rowan runs that have come across the plate. First pitch to the designated player is inside from Campbell. Any result from this at bat that is not an out is a guaranteed run, possibly more. And even some things that are outs, like fly balls to the outfield, possibly a run still. Strike 1. Duffy, the sophomore, native of Sayreville, New Jersey, went to Sayreville War Memorial High School. MIT is 1-2-1 all-time against Rowan. Their one victory came about an hour or so ago in comeback fashion. Low and away. The tie came last year on March 28th, the 6-6 tie. The losses last year, that same day, the front end of that doubleheader, they tied the second one 6-6. They lost the first one 3-0 and lost the first game that they played on Saturday. As this one is popped up right side, that's out of play. And over the stands and on Vassar Street will trickle harmlessly and cross the way. These teams started play on Saturday. They went 10 innings. It ended up being a 1-0 Rowan walk-off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Narrow miss as the count runs full again. Members of the MIT baseball team making an appearance. Will be playing in the NCAA tournament at Southern Maine against Oswego State on Friday. Full count. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. A riser that Duffy swung at, wanted to get aggressive, and it backfires considerably. Here's Morgan Zane. A walk in the first, came home and scored a single in the second. Drove in another one. She has accounted for 5 of the 9 Rowan runs that have crossed the plate across the 2 games played today. A very productive day for the Prof left fielder. Ball's behind the count, 0-1 to Campbell. The 0-1. A riser that gets another swing and another miss. Count is 0-2. Gerard and Duffy struck out after Muller walked, Anderson singled, and DiDomenica walked to open up the inning and load the bases with no one out. Zane looks at that one up for a ball, so the count is 1-2. Campbell would give her team enormous life to get this last out without giving up a run. Rowan, the opposite if they get a run here. Popped up, right side. Chase calling for it. She's got it. And the Engineers dance their way out of major danger and possibly a season and back-breaking collection of runs. It's still 6-4 going to the bottom of the 6th. But the Engineers have only 6 outs before their season is done. They need to get bare minimum 2 runs to tie it, 3 runs to take the lead against the Rowan team determined to keep them off the board. Bottom of the 6th on the way. Wickman, Lee, and Rosenzweig, the slated batters for the Engineers in the bottom half of the 6th. They need 2 runs to tie. Need 3 runs to take the lead. Wickman, a walk in the 2nd, came around and scored, reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd. She's reached base both times she's come up. Had started only 2 games before the tournament began, has started every game since the first Rowan game. 1-0, drops in for a 1-1. Very nice pitch from Alexa Sacamano, who has been nigh on perfect since entering in the 4th. Lee waiting behind. Bounces in the opposite box, 2-1. Slash foul into the top netting. Count evens at 2s. Cloud cover remains. Temperature hovering around the low 50s on May 13th of 2019 as Wickman will slash that one foul just over the MIT dugout and over a few fans who have gathered down that third base side. Two balls, 2 strikes. Big opening up the middle if Wickman can get it there. Fouls it straight backwards. Two and 2. The delivery to the right side. That's into right field. A base hit. Wickman has reached base all 3 times that she has come up. And here's Phoebe Lee. A fly out to left field in the 2nd, a fly out to fairly deep center in the 3rd. And has scored 2 runs. Had the walk-off homer in Game 1 of the tournament for MIT against Hassan. Fouls this first one directly backwards. Had a single in the 7th inning of the Eastern Nazarene game, and scored, led off that inning. And only 1 Engineer got out before MIT scored 3 runs and ultimately came back and won that game 5-4 to get themselves to the final day of the regional. That one misses low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Lee represents the tying run. Wind swirling here. Looks at that one, 2-1. Stood up there for a while. The Morganville, New Jersey native, working patiently. Rosenzweig on deck, will get a chance to hit. Looks at that one on the outside part of the plate, strike 2. Wickman will be running at first. The 2-2. Low and in, full count. These teams know nothing but playing close and tight and exciting games. The full count. Fouled off to the right side. Three balls, 2 strikes. Sacamano looks into the dugout, gets her signal, and delivers. To the right side, that's over the fence and out of play. A patient at bat for the Engineer second base. One on and no one out. Another payoff. Well outside, ball 4. The first 2 Engineers in the inning are on base. Brief moment for Garino to go out and have a chat with her pitcher, but decides to just call out the defensive signals. Here's Rosenzweig, hit by a pitch in the second, came around and scored, popped up to second in the fourth. Lays down a bunt, it goes backwards. So that's a first pitch strike to Rosenzweig. The Anchorage, Alaska native went to East Anchorage in high school. Has the speed and has been brave enough to drop down bunts before. Lays down this one, rolls to the left. It will just trickle foul. And Rosenzweig had that one beaten if it would have stayed fair. Would have loaded the bases for Devin Getz. So now Rosenzweig is going to have to swing away and protect the plate any way she can. Team high 5 triples for Rosenzweig, the speed left fielder, often a spark plug out of the 9th spot. Lifted to left. That'll drop in. And here comes, nope, they're going to hold Wickman at third smartly. The first 3 Engineers in the inning have gotten on. And Devin Getz, the leadoff hitter, 4 home runs, tied for a program record. We'll have to wait to get her turn to hit as Kim Wilson is going to come out and have a chat with her entire infield. Brooke Coleman will summon her whole team who will be on the base paths. Wickman singled to lead off this inning. She's standing at third. Phoebe Lee walked. She's at second. And Rosenzweig singled the opposite way to short left center. She is at first base for Devin Getz. So far today, a fly out to right field, a walk in the second inning to help continue that frame was thrown out at third in a controversial play and popped out to second. A quiet day until facing Eastern Nazarene when she figured into 4 of the 5 runs that MIT got across. So far this season, 21 runs batted in. Tied for second on the team with Maddie Pickett. 22 walks, 21 Ks, 28 stolen bases, 42 hits, 12 of them were doubles, 4 of them were triples, and 4 were home runs. This is the best extra base hitter that the Engineers have on their roster. A single dropped into the outfield very possibly ties this game. Anything further into the outfield with Rosenzweig's speed at first maybe gives them the lead. Ground ball, bounces, they'll flip to first and get the out there as Getz goes down, but a run comes home. Wickman crosses the plate to make it 6-5. Getz is retired 1-3 for the first out of the inning. And here's Julia Chatterjee, who already has 2 runs batted in. That came back in the second inning on a base hit. Walked her first time up, advanced on a wild pitch, and popped up to short. First pitch is tapped foul. That was so close on Getz's run down at first base. Wickman comes home and scores. That's her second run scored today. Phoebe Lee stands at third. Sierra Rosenzweig at second. The tying run is 1 base away. And Chatterjee will take that one up and outside for the count to even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Michelle Wist waiting in the wings if she can get to the plate. The 1-1. Misses outside, 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. Grounded to the right side, picked, run over and tagged the bag, but the Engineers have tied the game. Phoebe Lee comes home to score. Once down, 6-0. Julia Chatterjee has driven in her 3rd run of the game, and it's 6-6. Unbelievable comeback effort. 3 times the Engineers have been down. 3 times they've come back. The inning is not over yet, nor is the effort for the Engineers. Michelle Wist is going to come up, but they're going to swap pitchers on the Rowan side with Sierra Rosenzweig now standing over at third base, and Michelle Wist coming up to bat. They're going to bring on Jessie DiDomenico, the pitcher who started and pitched the entire first game, to relieve Alexa Sacamano, who is going to go out and play in right field now. I believe they will maintain their same lineup spots. Or no, Sacamano is going to come out. Rebecca Lombardo is going to go out to right field. So the day is done for Sacamano, who came on in the fourth inning and was nigh on perfect for her first two innings, the fourth and fifth, but ran into some considerable trouble in this inning. Got a pair of groundouts. Getz drove in a run, and Chatterjee drove in a run. Chatterjee has now driven in 3 of the 6 Engineer runs. It's a tie. It's a brand new ball game at 6 up. Sierra Rosenzweig is standing on third base. Kim Wilson is still out and having a chat with her infield about the defensive assignments, making sure they're all clear and making sure that she's straightened out her outfield. Lombardo goes out to right field. And now it becomes a bit of a war of attrition to see which team breaks first. DiDomenico, 18-7 in making her 35th appearance, 157 and 1/3 innings, 94 hits, 62 runs, 53 of them were earned. Opponents hit 167 against her. Home plate umpire Tanya Rizzucci goes out, asked to get this going. Michelle Wist, a walk in the first, a single in the third, reached on an error in the fifth. She has reached base every time, has a chance to be the hero and drive in the game-winning run, potentially. MIT still has to get 3 more outs. They'll send Colleen Campbell back out to the circle for the top half of the 7th inning. This would be a remarkable day as the first pitch is a strike to Wist. DiDomenico delivers. Catches the outside part again for strike 2. Wist is now in full defend the plate mode. Maddie Pickett hitting behind her. DiDomenico looks into the dugout, gets the signal, and delivers well outside. Rosenzweig singled to load the bases. MIT has already gotten 2 runs out of that situation. The 1-2. Swing and a miss by Wist, strike 3. Rosenzweig does not come home from third, but most importantly for the Engineers, it's a brand new ball game. We're tied up, 6 runs apiece. To the 7th inning we go. Garino, Sharma, and Short, these scheduled batters for the Rowan Profs, trying to get something off of Campbell. They loaded the bases last inning and could not quite get anything off of her. Garino first, a single in the first to drive in a run. To drive in 2 runs. Grounded out to third in the second. walked in the 5th. So a very good offensive day for her, trying to continue it and get a few more opportunities. Winner of this game moves on to the Supers and almost certainly is going to end up hosting this next round of the tournament. Well outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Campbell delivers the 1-1. Low and in. 2 balls, 1 strike. Three runs in the first and second inning for Rowan. 2 runs for MIT, each in the second, third, and sixth, respectively. Campbell drops that one in, 2-2. Sharma waiting behind. And Short following thereafter. Those 3 will bat in this inning. 2-2. Just misses outside, full count. The full count delivery. Lifted to the left side, that's going to get out of play. Yeah, it's over the fence. Pickett calls for this pitch back. Campbell already has one, courtesy of home plate umpire Tanya Rizzucci. Count stays full. Campbell, hands at the ready. Winds, kicks and delivers. Lifted to left, that's foul. Rosenzweig almost came up with a heroic catch over the tarp. Holy cow. Doesn't quite come up with it, but wow, was she close on that one. Would have been a highlight out. The inning does continue instead. And the at-bat continues instead. Full count. Really good at-bat being worked by Garino. Campbell delivers. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Six strikeouts for Colleen Campbell since entering. Give me 7 strikeouts for Colleen Campbell since entering in the 3rd inning. An excellent performance. This one lifted to left. Rosenzweig on the run. Tracks it down on the warning. Comes up with a big, big out to retire Sonia Sharman, who has been outstanding today. And here's Mackenzie Short coming to the dish. A quiet day for the Prof first baseman. A ground to short, a sac bunt in the 3rd, and a strikeout swinging in the 5th. Out all 3 times that she has come up. First pitch catches the outside part of the plate as Campbell finding her groove. Strike 1. Campbell comes set. Ready and delivers the 0-1. Fouled backwards. Campbell trying to set down the Profs in order. Nazar is off the hook. She will get a no decision for her first 2+ innings of work. Got the win in the first one. Campbell would be the pitcher of record for the Engineers. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Colleen Campbell has been outstanding since coming on in relief. And now the Engineers send their offense to the plate. Pickett, Chase, Vaughn on, the scheduled batters in the bottom half of the 7th, trying to get 1 run off Jesse DiDomenico to try and send themselves to the Super Regionals for the 2nd year in a row. Brief pause, and then we're coming back. MIT walks into this second game 30-11-1. A 31st win is going to require a run here, or else we go to extras where Rowan will have an opportunity to get themselves a victory, as that one is a swing and a miss by Pickett over the top of that one. The Profs 32-12-0. Misses outside, count evens at ones. Pickett in this game, a strikeout swinging in the first, a walk, and eventually scored in the third. Reached on a fielder's choice in the fifth, stranded at second. Pretty good offensive day for her. Swing and a miss over the top of that one, strike two. Chase waiting on deck. 6 runs apiece. A phenomenal duel between these two teams today. Grounded to the right side, into right center, a base hit. Pickett hits first and stays there. Took a wide turn. The leadoff hitter is on. Here's Anya Chase. First baseman struck out swinging to end the first, singled in the third, and flew out to center in the fifth. Sarah Von on deck. First pitch, bunts offered. That was still an offering, even though Chase tried to duck out of the way. So that's strike number one. And the umpire Rasucci thought that was going to be a question from Brooke Coleman. No, it was a calming down of Anya Chase, who is in the biggest spot of her collegiate career, her early one. She's a freshman, and only her first trip to the NCAA tournament. This team went to the College World Series last year. Largely the same team as it is this year compared to last. Some changes, but offers this one, bunts it backwards. The count is now 0-2. Pickett had the jump running down to second. The Rowan seniors on this team, this is a regular team to the NCAA tournaments. Rowan 3 years ago went to the College World Series, finished third there. So these seniors are the last remnants of the last College World Series appearance that Rowan has made. The 0-2 count to Chase. Upstairs and out. 1 ball, 2 strikes. MIT also played at that 2016 College World Series. It was the first ever, so these seniors are hoping for a chance at their third trip to the CWS. Slash to the left side and foul. A little bit behind that one was Chase. Count stands at 1-2. Grounded right back to the pitcher. Thrown into center field, and Pickett is safe. Wasn't clear who was supposed to be there in coverage. Pickett is safe at second base. Chase safe on the fielder's choice. Pickett advances on the E1 on the throw. And here is Sarah Von On, a 3-run bomb in the first game that drove in a run. That drove in 3 runs and tied the game at 3 apiece in the 6th inning. So far today, a pop-up to second, a ground out that drove in a run in the third, a swinging strikeout in the 5th. She's driven in 4 runs across the day's games. A golden opportunity to go down as a hero in MIT softball history. Bunts it. That will trickle foul by the smallest of margins. But a smart play to take that one, truthfully. Count is 0-1 on the Engineer right fielder, batting with no outs. Claire Wickman stands on deck. A run for MIT ends the game. The score would be 7-6. The 0-1. On. Bunting again. Foul tip, that one into the mitt. And Pickett will scamper back to second. No balls, 2 strikes. Vaughn on. A base hit into the outfield almost certainly scores Pickett. Grounder to at least advance them would help as well. Ball 1 misses outside. One ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball off the glove. Gets the out at second. So Chase is off the base paths. Vaughn on is safe at first, but most importantly, from the Engineers' perspective, Matty Pickett advances on the fielder's choice, and the winning run stands just 1 base away. And Claire Wickman, who has reached base every time and has been a part of, has scored 2 of the Engineers' 6 runs so far. As we're going to get a conversation out in the circle to just settle down the profs. Kim Wilson going to summon the entire team. So here's the game summary so far. Rowan got 3 runs in the first and 3 runs in the second to make it 6-0 at that point. MIT since then has chipped away. 2 runs in the second, 2 runs in the third, 2 runs in the sixth. And now here in the bottom of the 7th with the region title on the line, the Engineers have runners at the corners. Pickett singled, advanced on an errant throw into center field, trying to cut her down on the base paths, and stands now at third base. Sarah Vaughn on advanced her on a fielder's choice that wiped Anya Chase off the base paths 4-6, so there's 1 out in the inning. Vaughn on stands at first base, and Claire Wickman, the freshman designated player, a native of Omaha, Nebraska, walked in the second, reached on a fielder's choice in the third. They'll throw down to third to make sure Pickett stays there. Vaughn on moves up to second on complete defensive indifference. The only thing she has to make sure she does is not get out. Wickman also singled and scored in the 6th. She's scored 2 of the 6 runs, has a chance to be the hero. Has only started 2 games at the start of the tournament. Been a regular since entering against Husson in a swap at the designated player spot, and has been a starter every game since playing against Rowan. Phoebe Lee in the on-deck circle in case she's needed. 1 ball and 1 strike to Wickman. Line to left, caught, has to get back to third, and in safely, but they get Vaughn on out at second, and the inning is over. The Engineers get caught on the base paths. They get no one home, and guess what? We need extra innings again between these 2 teams. They played to 10 innings on the second day of the tournament, the first game of the Saturday slate of 3 games. They battled. Wow. Rowan walked off against Eastern Nazarene in the 7th inning of their first game. MIT went to 10 innings against Husson and ultimately ended up winning that one on Lee's walk-off homer. The Engineers took Rowan to 10 innings. So this is the 3rd extra inning game that the Engineers have played in this tournament. And that is a result of Wickman lining out to left field for the 2nd out of the inning. And Vaughn on, who advanced on the defensive indifference, was recorded out 7-5 to 6 for the 3rd out in the inning. They got caught on the base paths in a pretty dramatic turn of events. So we have to play the 8th. Campbell is back out there in the circle. Muller, Anderson, and DiDomenica, the 9th, 1st, and 2nd hitters in the Rowan lineup. First pitch inside to the center fielder of the Profs, who struck out swinging in the 2nd and 3rd respectively, walked in the 6th, stole a base, and was ultimately stranded on 3rd. Count evens at 1 ball, 1 strike. These teams have known nothing all weekend except for playing tight and very exciting softball against each other. The 1-1. Misses low and away, 2-1. Campbell, ready again. Outside and off Michelle Wisk's glove. Doesn't matter that much. There's no one on. It is the leadoff hitter. But the count is now 3-1. Campbell and the Engineers in a more precarious position in the event of a walk to open up the inning, and they will be in that spot. Second straight inning in which Christina Muller has taken a walk. And here's Carly Anderson. A single in the 6th and stole a base, move up to second base eventually. But before then, a pop up to second, a ground out to second, and a fly out to center. So a 1-for-4 day as Rowan has new life after the base running mishap for MIT, and they're trying to make the Engineers pay. First pitch strike from Campbell as Muller dances off the bag, but just as quickly shuffles back to first. The 0-1. Bunt popped up, and that's directly into the Rowan dugout. The count is now 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Campbell trying to stay locked in, trying to get another out. Sprints out of the dugout every time she goes to the rubber. This is what she lives for, as that one misses outside for the first ball of the at-bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The sophomore from Snoqualmie, Washington. The 1-2. Lifted to the left side. That'll get over the fence and out of play. Anderson fouling off some good pitches. Pulled to left. That gets foul against the fence. Straightened out a little bit more, and that's big trouble. Rolls foul, though. 6 runs apiece. 3 runs crossed in the first and second, respectively, for Rowan to make it 6-0. MIT got 2 runs in the second, third, and 6th each to tie the game up. Almost had a chance really to win it in the bottom half of the 7th. Got caught in a base running mishap. And now here we are in extra innings. This is the 3rd time out of 4 games that the Engineers have faced extras. And the only time they didn't face extras was a walk-off in the 7th. Grounded foul. Didn't miss the bag by a lot. Every pitch, every inning, and every play that goes by feels like it carries so much more weight. Muller walked, so she stands at first. A long and so far very good at bat between Campbell and Anderson. Number 12 versus number 13. Campbell delivers high. The at bat is run full. DiDomenica, who started this game out in right field, moved into the circle to pitch. Stands on deck. She's had a very productive offensive day and hoping to get another shot to hit with some runners on. Pulled hard to left and foul. Maybe Campbell starting to get tired a little bit. Full count. She's trying to get a few more outs to give her offense a chance to win the game in the bottom of the 8th. Pulled to left. Rosenzweig there to make the catch and gets it back in as quickly as possible. 1 for 5 is the day for Anderson. That's the first out of the inning. Here's Jessie Dominica, the pitcher in the first game, came on in relief in this second game. Started out in right field, the junior from East Windsor, New Jersey, went to Hightstown for high school. Looks at that first pitch on the outside part of the plate for strike one. Cassandra Gerard waiting on deck. In the bottom half of this inning, Lee Rosenzweig and Getz are the scheduled hitters. They combined to spark the rally against East Nazarene 2 days ago for MIT. Well high. Count evens at ones. About as entertaining a regional as you can possibly get. Two one. Lifted to right. Vaughn on, charging. Lee also there. It doesn't leave the infield. Lee catches it. That's two retired on the 4P for the pop-up. Cassandra Gerard up next. Winners already in some of these regionals. Illinois Wesleyan moving on out of the Bloomington, Illinois regional. This regional still up for determination. Linfield advancing out of Claremont. Williams ultimately defeats SUNY Cortland in a 9-8 barn burner earlier today and advances out of the Cortland regional. SUNY Geneseo comes out of the Crestview Hills, Kentucky regional. Emory and Piedmont currently dueling in the seventh and final game of that regional. Randolph-Macon emerges from the region in Ewing, New Jersey. As that one misses outside. Trine advances from Greencastle, Indiana. Ithaca comes out of Brandeis. Texas Lutheran comes out of Marshall, Texas, as count is now 3 balls and 1 strike on Cassandra Gerard. Eastern Connecticut State comes out of the Medford Regional. Wisconsin Lacrosse comes from Pella, Iowa. St. Thomas comes out of the St. Paul Regional. Christopher Newport comes out of the Union, New Jersey Regional. Ball 4 in as Gerard will reach base. Rowan and MIT both trying desperately to come out of the Cambridge Regional. The most shocking outcome is that the 2-time reigning national champion and consensus favorite to repeat for possibly for the 3rd time, Virginia Wesleyan, is knocked out of their regional in Virginia Beach by Lynchburg, 4-2 in a 7th and final game. Carthage comes out of the Whitewater, Wisconsin regional. And this one still has yet to be determined. The winner likely draws Eastern Connecticut State. Kelly Duffy at the plate. The count is now no balls, 2 strikes. Duffy today a single in the first, came around and scored a triple to drive in a run, and then came on and scored herself. Hard line out to third, strikeout swinging in the 4th and 6th respectively. No balls, 2 strikes. Campbell trying to end the inning. Has to throw one more pitch. Good foul to spoil a very nice outside delivery from Campbell. The 0-2. Campbell's ready. Delivers. Low and away. One ball, 2 strikes. Runners on first and second. Muller at second. Gerard at first. Campbell, the delivery. Well high. Count evens at 2s. 2-2. Lifted to the left side. That'll get over the fence and out of play. Getz looks at it as it falls foul. Three exciting games between these teams. A 1-0 Rowan victory in 10 innings on Saturday morning, trickling into Saturday afternoon. A 5-3 comeback effort for MIT just earlier today, and currently 6-6 in the 8th inning. Fouled straight back. Duffy making Campbell work for that last out. Two balls, two strikes, with 2 out. Campbell, ready for the pitch. Just misses, and Brooke Coleman doing jumping jacks in her brain, trying to figure out how that was not a strike from her perspective as the count runs full. I assume it was called outside and low. Campbell has to deliver one more. Lifted to the left side, gets on the run, dives! Did she hold on? Holy cow! Devin gets sprawled out and made that catch against the fence. What a ridiculous game this has been. Wow. So we move on to the bottom of the 8th inning, 6-6. Lee, Rosenzweig, and defensive hero Devin Getz coming back out. We'll take a pause and come back in a moment. All of Briggs Field is abuzz with that magnificent catch from Devin Getz. To the bottom of the 8th inning we go. Phoebe Lee leading off. Walked back in the 6th inning. Came around and scored. So far, she's the last player for either side to cross the plate. A fly out to left in the 2nd, a fly out to center in the 3rd. Was a hero earlier in the tournament with a walk-off homer against Husson. Takes the first pitch from D. Domenico for a strike. This game has lived up to full expectations for both sides, as that one is on the outside part of the plate. Grounded right side, that's foul. Counted 0-2 still. Devin Getz will get a chance to hit. Rosenzweig is right behind Lee in the lineup right now. The 0-2 to Lee. In the dirt. 1-2. The 1-2. Low and inside. Count evens at two apiece. Swing and a miss by Lee over the top of that one. Strike 3. One retired. Here's the Engineer left fielder, Sierra Rosenzweig, hit by a pitch back in the second inning, came around and scored on a Chatterjee single. Popped up to second in the fourth, singled in the sixth, and was stranded on third. Had the opportunity to be the winning run, and they couldn't get her home. Takes the first pitch from DiDomenico for a strike on the outside part of the plate. Gets already a defensive hero, waiting in the wings. Possibility of being an offensive hero. First pitch outside. Ball 1. Here you go, Sierra. Grounded to short. Picked to first. 2 retired. And here's Getz. Flew out to right her first time, walked in the second, popped up to second in the fourth, and grounded 1-3 in the sixth with the bases loaded. First pitch. Outside part of the plate, strike 1. She's the best extra base hitter and probably the best total package offensive player that the Engineers have to offer. The team and program record holder for most stolen bases in a season, tied for the program record in home runs in a season with 4 hit this year. Grounded that one foul, so DiDomenico in ace form, trying to send this game to the 9th. No balls, 2 strikes on Getz. Chatterjee waiting on deck if the inning gets to her. With 2 out, no one on the 0-2. Pulled to the left side, fielded at short. Friendly bounce in time, a 1-2-3 inning to retire the side. To the 9th we go. This game has gone back and forth from offensive beanbag war to now pitcher duel. Campbell's turn to try and match DiDomenico. Zane, Garino, and Sharma, the scheduled batters for the Profs. Zane first, a walk in the first, came around and scored a single in the second. Brought home another one. She has driven in 3 of the 9 Rowan runs. She has scored an additional 2 of them, so she has driven in 5 of the 9 Rowan runs that they've scored across the 2 games today. That one's fouled off Michelle Wist's mask, and I think also caught a bit of Tanya Rasucci's mask. They both take their opportunities to just gather themselves as the count is now 0-2. Campbell has been stupendous in the circle. Entered in the third. Strike 3, looking.
Now batting number 23, Christina Trevino.
Campbell entering her 7th inning of relief. A tremendous performance for the sophomore from Snoqualmie, Washington. First pitch to Garino is in for a strike. A single back in the first that brought home 2 runs. Grounded out to third. Walked in the 5th and struck out swinging in the 7th. Popped up, backhand over the netting, or hung up there for a long while before it bounced down and harmlessly into Michelle Wist's hand. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Campbell delivers. Grounded to third, gets with another great play. What can't she do? The junior from Rockville, Maryland, slides to her left and throws out Garino for another play you can hang a star on. That's 2 out. Comparisons to Brooks Robinson, possibly the best Major League defensive player of all time, was a third baseman for the Baltimore Orioles in the 60s and 70s, as that one is fouled off to the right side by Sonia Sharman, who doubled in the first, singled in the third, struck out swinging in the 5th, and flew out to left field in the 7th. Campbell, the 0-1. Lifted to left and foul. That's over the post. That's off the baseball foul pole, actually. Style points for accuracy, even though those don't get you too much in this sport. No balls, 2 strikes. Campbell trying to shut the door. Has to throw one more pitch as she almost threw a perfect strike on the outside, but misses ever so slightly. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Campbell delivers. Inside, off of Wist's glove, knocked down, no harm, no foul. Count is now 2-2. Corners in a little bit, not too much though. 2-2. Grounded to third. Gets to first. The most routine of her last few outs. And Campbell continues to pitch extraordinarily well. To the bottom of the 9th. Chatterjee, Wist, Pickett, due up. Chatterjee, a walk in the first, a single in the second to drive in 2 runs, a pop-up to short, and a ground out to third in the 4th and 6th, respectively. The last ground out resulted in a run coming home, so she has driven in. A grand total of 3 runs today, a very good offensive day for the center fielder from Hinesdale, Illinois. Looks at that first one from DiDomenico on the outside part of the plate for a strike. Falls behind 0-1. Been outstanding since entering. And has cut down the Engineer offensive threat quite well. That one's a little bit up. Ball 1. Wist and Pickett, the other 2 scheduled batters this inning. The 1-1. Grounder to short. This might be close. Up with it to first in time. Was close, but not close enough from the MIT perspective. Back-to-back groundouts at short. Here's Michelle Wist. A walk in the first, a single in the third, and a run scored. Reached on an error in the fourth and struck out swinging in the sixth. Had Rosenzweig standing on third, would have been the game, would have been the go-ahead run, possibly the winning run. Could have won it in a regular 7. Instead, they're playing their third extra inning game in 4 days. In 4 games, rather. 1 ball, no strike, 1 out. Actually, yeah, also their third extra inning game in 4 days as well, the way the tournament is broken down. Grounder to the right side, picked, stumbled for a second, but up with it to retire. Wist is Sharma at second base. That's the second out of the frame. And here's Pickett. Chase behind her if the opportunity comes up. In the event of a possible new inning, the Profs would send Short, Muller, and Anderson up to the plate. Pickett trying to not give them another chance. The shortstop struck out swinging, walked, and scored. Grounds it right back to the pitcher. 1-3 for the third out. 3 ground ball outs. And the third time that the MIT Engineers have played into the 10th inning of a game this tournament. Brief pause, coming back with Colleen Campbell back in the circle. Short has had a very quiet day for the Profs. A ground out 2 short in the first, a sac bunt in the third, a swinging strikeout in the fifth, and a swinging strikeout in the seventh as the first pitch to the Prof first baseman is popped up to the right side and out of play. Campbell is entering her 8th full inning of relief work. 0-1, 0-2 as umpire Rizzucci has to duck out of the way. Field goes silent for a moment as she'll take a moment to just get her bearings after a foul ball was taken directly off her mask. Kim Davis right talking with her to make sure that she's okay. First base umpire Jennifer Walcott comes down as well. They'll give her an opportunity to breathe as the MIT infielders, pitcher and catcher, congregate around the circle. Just keep themselves in some bit of a social hour for the moment. This is the last of the regionals to be decided. The likely opponent for the team moving on from this weekend will be Eastern Connecticut State. Also quite likely for this game to end up determining home field as Campbell will just throw one pitch to make sure she's loosened back up. She is. Slaps fives with her right side from her perspective corner infielders. And we go back to Short, who is behind the count 0-2. Campbell trying to sit her down. Well outside, has to throw another one. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 in the dirt, so they have to throw down to first. They do so successfully. That is the third strikeout for short. Throw a 2-3 tag on there as well. And here's Christina Muller. A pair of strikeouts in the second and third. Walked in the sixth, stole a base, advanced to third, walked in the eighth, moved up to second, and was stranded on base both times. The speediest Prof trying to get on again. 14 steals for Muller as that one goes in for a strike on the senior from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. Went to Ridge High School. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lifted to left. Rosenzweig on the run, slides, and another outstanding catch. And another outstanding defensive play by this phenomenal defensive unit. Gets had to shine for herself for a while. Rosenzweig gets in on the fun as well. Anyone who argues that defense isn't fun has clearly never seen any games like these. And we're up to the top of the lineup for Carly Anderson. A mixed bag day for her. A pop-up to second in the first to lead off the game. Grounder to second. Fly out to center. A single and stolen base in the sixth. And a fly out to left. 1 for 5 so far today. Looks at that one up and out. Two balls, no strikes. Campbell doesn't like the sign she gets. Now does, and ready to deliver. Outside, 3 balls, no strikes. DiDomenico looming in the wings in the event of Anderson reaching base. The 3-0 count. Expect taking all the way. Worthwhile, ball 4. So Anderson is on for the second time today, and DiDomenico singled in the first, singled in the second, came around and scored in the second, flew out to center in the fourth, walked in the sixth, and popped up to second in the eighth. Part of the offensive burst early on. Takes the first pitch for a strike. He's one of the biggest reasons why this game has continued as long as it has. Strike 1 on the outside part of the plate to the Prof. Right fielder at the start of this game. Pitcher currently pulled to left and foul. The 0-2 count. Campbell with 1 more strike ends the inning. Needs to throw 1 more pitch. That misses outside. Chatterjee, originally shading a little towards left center, came back right over Campbell's shoulder. The 1-2. Lifted to left. That is foul. Rosenzweig runs down and looks at it, but just curls back as that's well out of play. Campbell ready again, the 1-2. Outside and in the dirt, 2 up. The MIT hitters in the bottom of this frame will be Chase, Bonon, and Wickman. Grounded to the right side. Pickett bobbles it, and everyone will be safe. And the defense turns sour for 1 bouncing ball. Cassandra Gerard will come up and hit next. Fielder's choice and scored in the first. Triple to drive in a run and score herself in the second. Strikeout swinging in the fourth and sixth. Walk in the eighth. And now MIT has to work to get that last out and ensure that the game is tied. This might do it. Pop up. Pickett calling for it. Rosenzweig out there as well and makes the catch. Bottom of the 10th. Chase, Von On, and Wickman do up. Anya Chase up first for the Engineers. A strikeout swinging in the first, a single in the third. Brought home a run. Fly out to center and reached on a fielder's choice in the 7th, and that fly out came in the 5th. So Chase, a pretty good offensive day. Possibly could have a great offensive day. There's a big space out in right center if she can put it there. First pitch from DiDomenico. Taken outside, ball 1. Von On waiting behind. Wind is switched and it feels like it's coming from behind us now to the outfield, which helps the batters in this situation. 1-0. Grounded foul. MIT 30-11-1. Rowan 32-12 are the records. The winner moves on to the Super Regionals, the NCAA D3 softball tournaments, and draws Eastern Connecticut State. The 1-ball, 1-strike count. Jesse DiDomenico, who's been superb since entering. Line drive, left field. Leadoff hitter on. And here's Sarah Von On, the opportunity to hit. An RBI back in the 3rd inning. Popped up to second in the 2nd, struck out swinging in the 5th, reached on a fielder's choice in the 7th, but was thrown out on the base paths. Chance to be a hero with the opportunity to continue. Bunted to the pitcher, thrown to first, and Chase advances on the sac bunt. Executed very well. Von On retired 1-4 for the first out of the inning. Here's Claire Wickman, a great offensive day for her. A walk and a run scored in the 2nd, reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd, singled and scored in the 6th, and flew out to left in the 7th. Hit it hard enough to be the walk-off play in that inning. Looks at the first pitch outside. Phoebe Lee, who's already been a hero once in the Husson game, waiting on deck. 1-ball, 1-strike. The 1 misses outside, now 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0. 1 out. Looks at that one high and outside again. Three balls, no strikes. Expect Wickman to take all the way on this one. DiDomenico delivers. Ball 4 outside. Wickman's on. And here's Phoebe Lee. Garino is going to go out and have a conversation with her pitcher, try and settle her down. There's one out. There's a runner on first and a runner on second. Rosenzweig is in the on-deck circle. Lee, a somewhat quiet day for her. A pair of flyouts to left in the second and to center in the third. Walked and scored the tying run in the sixth. Struck out swinging her last time up in the eighth. Swings and misses over the top, sneaks away, and everyone moves up a base on the pass ball. Chase up to third. Well, hold up, are they going to dispute whether or not that was a foul ball tipped by Lee? Doesn't look like that's going to be disputed. But right now, Rowan will summon everyone on the infield in, and everyone in the outfield in as well, as this is their season. Chase is standing on third base. Wickman is standing on second after the walk and the pass ball. Chase singled. Phoebe Lee has an opportunity for a walk-off to send MIT to the Super Regionals. Begin on Friday. This has been a spectacular tournament, potentially reaching a climax here. Lee up with a no ball, one strike count. Anything getting in is the game. DiDomenico spins the ball against her jersey and delivers it. Strike two. Lee is now in full-on defend the plate territory. Trying to get the winner. Outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lee waiting. The 1-2. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. Lee goes down looking on K's. 2 out in the inning, and Sierra Rosenzweig now up to the plate. 2 runners on for the speedy left fielder from Anchorage, Alaska. DiDomenico spins the ball against her jersey, delivers, grounder to the pitcher, on to first, and the inning is over. MIT came perilously close to winning the game in the 10th inning. This is going to take 11. We're now in the longest game of the tournament. We'll take a pause and come back with the 11th inning. The Engineers came perilously close to driving in the game-winning run in the bottom half of the 10th inning. Both of their first 2 extra inning games ended in that frame against both Husson and Rowan. They cannot get the winner across here. Duffy, Zane, and Garino, the slated batters, to hit against Colleen Campbell. First pitch is low and inside for a ball. Duffy, a single back in the first, a triple back in the second. Drove in a run the second time, scored twice, so she's figured into half of the Rowan offense in this game. Lined out hard to third, struck out, and popped in the sixth, and popped out to third in that spectacular diving play by Devin Getz, which we didn't get on our camera, but I hope that someone got that on their camera, because that catch deserves to be replayed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Campbell lifted foul to the left side, now to play. Rowan at one point was leading this game 6-0. The Engineers chipped away at that lead and got it back to even in the sixth. We have played 5 innings since the game was tied up. Colleen Campbell and Jessie DiDomenico have been spectacular in the circle, as have the defensive performances. Getz with a couple web gems, Rosenzweig with one of her own. And DiDomenico has just mowed down the lineup. Line to left field, that's in for a hit. Rosenzweig will just dump it in very quickly. A leadoff base hit for Duffy. Here's Zane, a walk back in the first, came around and scored on the Sharma double. Singled in the second, drove in a run. Popped up to third in the fifth. Popped up to first at the end of the sixth. As I think Rowan is going to send on a pinch runner, and indeed they will. We're just waiting for that change to actually happen, as Duffy will return to the bench. The sophomore from Sayreville, New Jersey, will be lifted in place of the flex player, Rebecca Lombardo, who came on as a defensive replacement for the flex spot, for the pitcher spot. The sophomore from New Egypt, New Jersey, on to run with Morgan Zane up to bat. This has been a spectacular game. First pitch, strike one. 2 very good softball teams with 2 excellent duels so far. Zane was tossed a call sheet. Plays that is thrown onto her left wrist. Calling the shots for Campbell, who delivers. Lifted hard foul. Count is now 0-2 on the second batter of the inning. Lombardo standing on first after the Duffy single. Campbell ready. Well outside, not even going to bother a throw down to first. Just flip it back to Campbell. Pulled hard foul. The Engineers have now entered their 39th inning of tournament play. 10 innings the first game against Husson, 10 innings the second game against Rowan. Excuse me, not the 39th, the 46th inning of tournament play, as there was a game earlier on today, which it's easy to forget about that one too, because that game by itself is, for one or either of these teams, a game of the year candidate for one that they've played in. But this one here, also spectacular. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Popped up left side, that'll get out of play. A good at bat worked by Zane. Grounded to third. Getz will throw to second for 1. Lee will not try and throw to first, but they do wipe Lombardo off the base paths. 5-4 for the first out of the inning. Zane reaches on the fielder's choice. Maybe if it was rolling a little bit faster for Getz to get to, Then they try the 5-4-3, but not fast enough. Here's Garino, the catcher. Takes the first pitch high, singled back in the first inning to drive in a run, grounded out to end the third, walked in the fifth, and struck out swinging in the seventh, grounded out to third in the ninth in pretty great fashion for Getz. Another sliding play for the Engineer third baseman as Campbell has fallen behind the count 2-0. Campbell's ready. Strike one, right down the heart of the plate. Two-two. Outside. Count runs to 3-1. Pickett will come down and slap fives on the glove with Campbell. 3-1. Zane standing at first base. Campbell. Strike two. A little drop at the end of that one. Count is full as they're looking for the last out and the last strike of this inning and trying to get the second out of the inning. Sharma on deck. The 3-2. Popped up right side. That'll get out of play on top of the Rowan dugout. Just sits underneath the netting. We'll get that one at some point later, I think. Count is full. Defend the plate mode now for Garino. Strike three looking on the inside part of the plate. Duel goes to Campbell. That's 2 out. Now Zane stays tethered to the bag at first. And here's Sonia Sharma. Double back in the first, singled in the third. That single chased the starter, Raven Nazar, who seemed to just run out of gas after throwing a complete game earlier on today and getting the victory in the front end of today's action. Struck out swinging in the fifth, flew out to left in the seventh, and grounded out a regular out, 5-3, and it gets made. Popped up foul right side, 1-1. Bottom half of this inning, Getz, Chatterjee, and Wist, the scheduled batters for the Engineers. Our fifth extra inning. Excuse me, our fourth extra inning. Fifth one since the game was tied up. 2 balls, 1 strike. This will be a hard game to swallow for whoever walks away defeated. They will not have lost it. Simply the other team will have won. They will have gone down in a very, very fun and very admirable fight. Three balls, 1 strike. Campbell delivers. Swing and a miss at a riser. Everyone thought it was, Wist at least thought that it was a full count. Now it's full with 3 balls and 2 strikes. They have to throw one more to try and get that last out. The 3-2. Low and in, ball 4. Zane will move up a base. Sharma is on with a walk. And here's Mackenzie Short. A very quiet day for the Prof first baseman. She won't get another opportunity to bat. They're going to delve into the bench one more time for a pinch hitter. While waiting to make that swap, the teams are going to just chat it up. That's Corey Haig, the freshman from Vineland, New Jersey. Up to bat next, the freshman. Haig only appeared in 17 at-bats, 17 plate appearances, making her 18th in each category, an 0.59 average. Calling upon her in the biggest spot for the team of the season. Runners on first and second, 2 out, tied at 6. Runs here very possibly mean you move on to the Super Regionals. First pitch, strike one. Campbell, an experienced sophomore, a part of the Engineer run to the College World Series last season. Pitched the NEWMAC championship game in relief and got the victory in that game. Strike two. The 0-2 count. Campbell trying to slam the door shut. And does. Strike three, swinging. To the bottom of the 11th. Getz, Chatterjee, and Wist. Due up next for MIT. Devin Getz, the story for her mostly has been making defensive superstar level plays. Walked in the second. That's the only time that she's reached base. Fly out to right in the first. Pop up to second in the fourth. Ground out 1-3 in the sixth. That did produce a run. And does have an RBI today and ground out 6-3 in the eighth. Trying to set the table. Grounded to the left side. Throw on to first in time. Close play. Getz can fly down the line. And she is retired again. Here's Julia Chatterjee. Singled in 2 runs in the second inning. Walked in the first, advanced to second, didn't come any closer to scoring than that. Pop up to short in the fourth. Grounded out 3 unassisted in the sixth to score Phoebe Lee and tie the game. As Kim Wilson is going to come out and have a chat. I don't know if they're going to switch out the pitchers. I'm not sure what exactly the conversation is right now, but Mike Medrick is also out to have a chat with the shortstop, Carly Anderson. I don't know what the conversation is about or why there's the pause in the action as is. The umpire came out and had a chat with her as well. She's going to stay in the game. No personnel swaps. And Julia Chatterjee, the freshman outfielder, center fielder all year for the Engineers from Hinesdale, Illinois, will bat right now. Wist waiting on deck in case the inning gets to her. She will bat in this inning, unless Chatterjee bombs one. 1 ball, no strike. This is outside. Pickett waiting if the inning gets there. Upstairs, 2 balls, 1 strike. Spins the ball against her uniform. Delivers. Strike 1. A needed strike for DiDomenico. Members of the MIT baseball team hanging out down the left field line in the donkey that's set up there. A decent crowd that's hung around here in the fairly cold temperatures, 50 degrees around. As that one misses for ball 3. Whist on deck. Three balls, 1 strike. Chatterjee's ready. Strike 2. She'll have to go back to the batter's box and try it again. There's a big space open in right center if she's able to put it there. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Chatterjee goes down.
Now batting number 25, Michelle Wiss.
Jessie Domenico has been outstanding since entering the 6th inning. Here's Michelle Wist. Somewhat quiet day for the catcher, a chance to be a hero. First pitch misses outside. (1-0) to the Cypress, Texas native. Well outside. 2-0. Grounded, off the pitcher glove, flipped. And guess what? We need 12 innings. These teams do not want their seasons to end. We'll take a pause and come back for the 12th inning. Brief pause, back in a moment.
Leading off the 12th for Rowan, number 10, Christina Muller.
Muller, Anderson, and Domenica, the slated batters, as attendance is starting to dwindle a little bit, but I can't blame them. It's a long, long day. Muller takes the first pitch, a strike. A quiet day for the 9-hitter. 2 strikeouts, both swinging in the 2nd and 3rd. Walked in the 6th, stole a base, advanced to 3rd, was stranded there. Walked in the 8th, advanced to 2nd, was stranded there, and flew out to left field in pretty stylish fashion by Sierra Rosenzweig. 0 for 3 with a pair of walks. Taken for a ball. Neither of these teams want their season to end. Ball 2. Ball 3. Colleen Campbell not missing by a ton. Swing and a miss. Now, really a foul tip into the mitt, but regardless, that's strike 3. That's the third K recorded by Muller in this game. To the top of the lineup for Carly Anderson. Pop up to second, grounder to second, fly out to center in the first, second, and third. Singled and stole a base in the 6th. Flew out to left in the 8th and walked in the 10th. First pitch to the shortstop is a ball high. Campbell delivers. Low. Wiss digs it out, and it's 2-0. DiDomenico in the on-deck circle, waiting to enter. 2-0. Popped up. Right side, that's still in play, and on top of the dugout. It hit the speaker on top of the Rowan dugout as the count now goes to 2-1. Two balls, one strike. Campbell ready and delivers. Grounded to third. Gets to first. Chase corrals it. 2 retired.
Now batting number 12, Jesse
DiDomenico up next. Started this game out in right field. Came on in the bottom half of the 6th inning and has thrown 6 innings of relief. It has been phenomenal in that time. First pitch to the pitcher is a ball low. Singled in the first, was wiped out on a fielder's choice. Singled and scored a run in the 2nd. Flew out to center in the 4th, walked in the 6th, popped up to second in the 8th, and reached on an error at short in the 10th. Now here in the 12th, the count is 2-0 in her favor. Low, ball 3. Gerard waiting in the wings. It was the MIT baseball team watching and keeping themselves loose. Strike 1 outside. Possibility of a storm squall moving in. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. Popped up. That's in the netting and straight down. We have played 19 innings today between these two teams. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Another strike for Campbell to try and slam the door. Line to center. Chatterjee out and running. That's to the fence and down. She'll get to it and hurl it back in. Off of Pickett's glove, it rolled towards third. So DiDomenico does not try and advance on the double. Rowan with the go-ahead runner in scoring position for Cassandra Gerard to try and drive in. Both sides looking for a hero. It's been the pitching for both sides. Gerard, a fielder's choice, and scored the first run of the game in the first. Tripled in the 2nd. Struck and scored a run. Drove in and scored a run in that one action. Struck out swinging in the 4th and 6th. Walked in the 8th and flew out to left field in the 10th. This is the 3rd time in the extra innings that Rowan has gotten a runner to at least second. Popped up to the right side. Chase there and comes up with the catch. Fishes it out from going overboard. MIT avoids another somewhat precarious situation. To the bottom of the frame we go. The hitters due up in the 12th inning for MIT. Pickett, Chase, and Vaughn on to hit against Jesse DiDomenico for what has been a superb game. This has been the game of the year that both of these teams have been or would be involved in, very possibly for whoever moves on. It's hard to match the drama that has been on offer, not only in this game, but in the first game as well. This is one of the most exciting days of softball that you could ever hope to see. DiDomenico back out in the circle. A heroic effort. Pickett to lead off the inning. Strikeout in the first, a walk and run scored in the third. Reached on a fielder's choice in the fifth, was stranded there. Singled and was stranded on third in the seventh. Outside, ball one. Singled and moved all the way up to third in the 10th and was stranded there. So she's been the closest to crossing the plate a few different times. Ahead of the count, 1-0. Grounded to short at third. In safely for an infield base hit is Maddie Pickett. And MIT has the leadoff hitter on. Here's Chase. The Wells, Maine native struck out swinging in the first, singled in the third, flew out to center, reached on a fielder's choice, and grounded out 1-2-4. Will throw out a bunt sign and pull it back just as quickly for ball number one. Vaughn on, waiting on deck. Fouls that one off her foot. It'll take a moment to just make sure she's good. Pops right up. Count is even at 1-1. Loosens up with a swing. Is ready and climbs back into the box. Pretty forward up in that batter box. 1-1. Offers a bunt. Throws the bat out and is called for a strike. So she'll be swinging away at this one. A few raindrops starting to fall for what could be a squall. One ball, two strikes. One on, waiting on deck. Pickett. Line to left. Hangs up too long. Caught by Zane. Vaughn on up next. The pop up to second in the second. A ground out to short that drove in a run in the third. Strikeout swinging in the fifth. Fielder's choice in the seventh was picked off the base paths. Grounded to the left side. Picked. Thrown on to second for one. They try and throw back to first and nothing there. So Pickett out 5-4 for the second out of the inning. Vaughn on reaches on the fielder's choice. And Claire Wickman, who's had a very strong offensive day, walked and scored in the second, reached on a fielder's choice in the third, singled and scored in the sixth, flew out to left, walked in the seventh, and walked in the 10th. Takes the first pitch for a ball. Phoebe Lee on deck in case the inning gets to her. Vaughn on at first. There's a few raindrops starting to come down. Wickman. Outside part, strike number one. Both teams playing tug of war. Each team trying to crack the other. Outside 2-1. Lee is on deck, trying desperately to get this win. This has been a phenomenal day, a phenomenal tournament in the Cambridge Softball Regional. Wickman takes that one outside. It's a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Anything to move the runners along and keep MIT with an opportunity is their perspective. Rowan, the exact opposite perspective. Any way they can get out of this inning and get that last out and send it to an additional frame. Inside, strike 2. Claire Wickman is going to take her at bat to the limit. Vaughn On is running on the pitch. Full count, 2 out. DiDomenico. Ready, ball 4. And Lee will get a chance to hit. A pair of flyouts, one to left and one to center in the second and third. A walk and a run scored in the 6th. She tied the game 6 innings ago. She's figured into some of the biggest runs throughout this tournament for MIT. Trying to do that one more time. First pitch, strike 1 on the outside part of the plate. If somehow it gets beyond Lee with the bases loaded, then Sierra Rosenzweig would be up next. No one will hit beyond Rosenzweig in this inning. We'll either have a game over or an inning over after that. Lee, grounder to second, picked, throws to first. The inning is over, and 12 is not enough. We need 13. Colleen Campbell still with the same amount of energy, boundless. She runs out of the dugout and back to the rubber. We'll be back with the 13th. Duffy, Zane, and Garino due up next. Now I'm actually... With the rain coming down, or starting to at least, we had to move our camera setup around a little bit, so that's why you saw the motion in between innings. Adjustments have been made, and the inning is underway. Duffy to lead off. Singled and scored a run in the first, tripled and drove in, and then scored a run in the second. Runs another one down. That's almost becoming routine for her at this point. Tracks that one down and somehow makes another one. And another great play made at Duffy's expense. She's retired for out number 1. Here's Zane up next. First pitch to her is on the outside part for a strike.
Now batting number 28, Morgan Zane.
That one bounces in. Ball 2. Lifted to left. That could be trouble. Rosenzweig on the run and tracks that down at the fence. Holy cow. That was Morgan Zane who flew out. What an unbelievable rundown. That brings up Christina Garano up next as the defense continues to be excellent for the Engineers. Here's Dorino, the catcher, singled all the way back in the first inning, which was 13 innings ago. Ground out 5-3 in the second, strikeout swinging in the fifth, fly out to left in the seventh, ground out 5-3 in the ninth. 1 ball, 1 strike is the count. One and one. Bounces. Wist corrals it. This game taking on a life of its own. 2-1. Grounded. Pickett there. The throw in time. To the bottom of the 13th we go. Rosenzweig gets Chatterjee, the slated batters. Both teams desperate to try and get one last run across. Sierra Rosenzweig, the alum of East Anchorage High School in Anchorage, Alaska, trying to set the table and get the inning underway for what has been a fantastic softball game. Getz and Chatterjee are the other two slated batters to go against Jesse DiDomenica. As a few raindrops have started to come down here in Cambridge, first pitch is outside to the speedy left fielder. Each pitch that goes by means more excitement and more potential drama. That catches the outside part of the plate for a strike. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Rosenzweig down 1-2. And they'll take a moment to attend to Rizucci, the home plate umpire, who took a foul. We'll make sure that she walks that off and make sure she's okay. We'll climb back in behind the plate. It looks like she's ready to go again. Rosenzweig back in, the count at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gets behind her, trying to get on. Grounds it to short. This one might be close, but it's thrown down for Anderson, 6-3. Here's Devin Getz. Fly out to right, walk, pop up to second, ground out, and an RBI in the 6th, ground out in the 8th, 6-3, ground out 6-3 in the 11th, in that order. Chatterjee will hit in this inning if Getz doesn't bomb it in this at-bat. She's tied for the team high in home runs, which is also the program record. Outside. This is outside. 2 balls, 1 strike to the engineer third baseman. Grounded to short. Off of Anderson's glove, and Getz will be safe at first. Took a hard bounce. I don't know how you judge that one exactly as it came up. Thought that it was going to be down towards the ground, came up and caught her at the letters. Getz will be awarded an infield base hit on that one, considering how tough a hop that was to field. And here's Julia Chatterjee now to bat. Walked in the first, singled in the second. Taps that one foul. That was off her own foot. So behind the count, 0-1. Popped up to short, grounded out to first, and drove in a run. Her RBI single came in the second. That drove in 2. So she has accounted for half of the runs batted in today for MIT. Behind this count, 0-1. Getz is going in safely at second. That speed is game-changing. Her first steal of the day. That gives her 29 successful steals. She continues to tag on to a program record. Grounded right back to the pitcher, spins and delivers the throw to first for the out. Getz moves up and now stands at third base. Tantalizingly close. And Michelle Wist will come up and bat with 2 out. The fastest runner on the team standing down at third base. And we'll have a moment for Kim Davis to come out and have Kim Wilson, to come out and have a chat with her team. Make sure they're all settled down. The play, obviously, is to first base. Wist's day, a walk in the first inning, a single in the third, and a run scored that frame. Pop up to reached on an error in the 5th, was retired on a fielder's choice. Strikeout swinging in the 6th when Rosenzweig was standing on third, which could have been the winner right there. Ground out to second in the 9th, and ground out 1-3 in the 11th. So a kind of mixed bag day for the engineer catcher. Had a similar situation 2 days ago against Eastern Nazarene. Dumped the game-winning single into right field. Has an opportunity with the same runner on the same base in late innings, in extra innings. Clock is about 8 or so minutes from hitting 5 o'clock here on the East Coast of the United States. Looks at that one outside. 1 ball, and 1 strike on Wist, the Cypress, Texas native.
Here you go, Meeks. No one better, kid. No one better than you. Let's go, Jack.
The 1-1. Catches the outside part, and DiDomenico is just 1 strike away from sending this one to another extra. Wist, always just 1 well-placed hit from winning the game for MIT. The 1-2. Poked foul that clangs loudly off the scoreboard, which is positioned right above the visitor dugout.
Come on, 2-5 right now. Here you go, Meeks.
Look for a foul, as I think that one is all scuffed up. So Rizzucci comes out and hands a ball to DiDomenico in the circle. Gets another in the line of tantalizingly close Engineers to scoring and taking the lead. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Wist. Outside, 2-2. Look at my book. Tell you that I am physically out of room in my scorebook in this game. Pick it on deck if Wist walks. Well outside. Almost got away and almost was the game on that one getting away. The count is now full. DiDomenico will now have to deliver a strike lest Pickett come up. Wist is ready. The 3-2 from DiDomenico. Swing and a miss, strike 3! This marathon duel cannot die, it seems. To the 14th. Double the innings of a regulation softball game. What an amazing duel we've had, and there's more on the way.
The 14 for Rowan, number 8, Sonia Sharma.
Sharma, Short, and Muller, the bottom 3 batters in the Rowan lineup, due up to open things for the Profs in the bottom of this game. Popped up. We have played twice the number of innings in a regulation softball game. This is now far and away the longest postseason game that the Engineers have ever taken part in. Lifted to left, Rosenzweig on the adventure comes up with it. This is tied with last year's 14 innings, in which MIT defeated Tufts in last year's regional for the longest postseason game that the Engineers have played. They did that over 2 days. Essentially played the first 7 innings one game, had to postpone it, and then played the second 7, which ended up being a 2-1 MIT victory. Walk off in the bottom of the 14th. This will be down in right center for a base hit. A good start for Short. Here's Muller. Pair of strikeouts in the second and third. A walk. Pair of walks in the sixth and eighth. Flew out to right in the 10th. Bunts this first one. Looks to first and completes the out. 1-3, and Muller and the first base coach down the line there lobbying for that to be a safe. The most important thing for them is that while Muller is out 1-3 for the first out, Carly Anderson now bats with the go-ahead runner in the person of Mackenzie Short standing on second with 2 out. Strike 1. Outside. Count evens at ones. Quite the battle that we've had. Grounder. Lee gets through her into center field. Throw comes up, is cut off, and Rowan claims a 7-6 lead off a ball that pinballs off Phoebe Lee's glove. Anderson will get credit for that RBI on the base hit. The run scored by Short. And it's a 7-6 advantage with now 2 out. First pitch to DiDomenica is lifted to the left and out of play. Pickett, Chase, and Von On are the scheduled batters in the bottom half of the 13th inning. The pressure will mount as they have now they will have 3 outs left in their season. Down a run. It'll be heartbreaking for whoever comes up on the losing end of this game. Low and in. Colleen Campbell has pitched so well. Has thrown 12 innings worth of spectacular playoff softball. 2 balls, 1 strike to DiDomenica. Lifted to left, that's out of play and foul. Campbell needs just 1 more strike in order to get out. Anderson ranging off the bag. Campbell's ready. The 2 up. Full count. Top half of the 14th inning. Rowan has gotten a run home here in that frame. Popped up, foul, and out of play. That's off the netting, and Wist makes a play on that one. There's not a lot of foul room behind the plate. The Engineers have been comeback players all tournament long. They're going to have to do it one more time. Down a run when they come up at least. Possibility of being down more. They don't collect the out here on DiDomenico as that one is fouled down the left side and out of play. Lee will flip it back to Campbell, who's ready to go again. Low and away, ball 4. Anderson moves up a base. DiDomenica is on with the walk. And Gerard is up next. Has already figured into a few runs. Drove in 1 in the second and scored 1 after her own RBI triple and followed up by Duffy's triple. Reached on fielder's choice in the first and scored the first run of the game back in that first inning. First pitch is low for ball 1. Struck out in the 4th and 6th. Walked in the 8th, flew out to left in the 10th, popped up to 3rd in the 12th. Campbell has been asked to throw 12 innings. Possibly running out of steam right now. Falls behind at 2 balls, no strikes. 2-1 on the strike that drops in. Four minutes past 5 on the East Coast. The 2-1. Popped up. Gets, calling for it. Makes the catch. Retires the side to the bottom of the frame, in which Pickett, Chase, and Von On will bat with MIT down a run. These are the final 3 outs of their season potentially. DiDomenico will climb back on into the circle, and MIT will try and come up with one last round of heroics. Get the runs they need to complete this comeback. Down 7-6, entering the 14th. Potentially hitting a climax here. Back in a moment. Pickett so far this game, a strikeout swinging in the 1st, walked in the 3rd, came around and scored in that inning, reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th, singled in the 7th, and was stranded at 3rd, grounded out to the pitcher in the 9th. Singled and was wiped off the base paths in the 12th. MIT has had the go-ahead run a couple times, tantalizingly close at 3rd, and now they have to come up with one more would-be outstanding comeback effort against Jesse DiDomenico, who has been spectacular since entering with 2 out in the 6th inning. Has thrown essentially a full game. Colleen Campbell has thrown 12 innings of heroic work. Pickett over the head of the second baseman into right field, and the leadoff hitter is on for the Engineers. Here's Anya Chase, the Engineer first baseman. There's still fight left in this MIT team, as Gallman is going to come out and make a personnel swap. In some ways a speed choice, in some ways a sentimental choice. Erica Anderson, the senior from Carlsbad, California, one of the senior leaders on this team, is going to come up and pinch hit. She figured into some important runs in last year's postseason, getting her first opportunity to hit in this postseason in the NCAA tournament. Bats with Maddie Pickett standing on first base. A chance to be the hero. Offers a bunt, pulls it back. Is that in time to not be a strike? No, it wasn't. So she falls behind the count 0-1. They're going to reverse that. They appeal down to first. They say that the bat was pulled back in time as the ball was in the dirt. So Anderson is up on the count 1-0. Von On waiting on deck. Rolled foul off the bunt attempt. Anderson this season has appeared in 6 games, made 11 at-bats, a 182 hitter with 1 run scored, 2 hits. 2 runs batted in, lays down the bunt, it stays in fair territory, and she is in safely at first on the drop, and we're going to get a discussion from that one. That was close, but Anderson is on and ruled safe. As there's a question as to whether or not that rolled foul as well. It kind of stuck in the right-handed batter's box, excuse me. And now Kim Wilson is going to go out and ask Jennifer Walcott about that one. That was a close throw to short, and the umpires are going to get together and talk about it. Regardless of the outcome of the first out, of the first potential out at first base, Pickett is safe on the advance up to second, so the tying run will at least be in scoring position for Sarah Von On. But that secondary runner is no less important at this point because MIT trying to get the win in the bottom of the 14th and also just trying to minimize the number of outs. Now this will be a pretty decent, they do ultimately keep the call as was. It's safe. So Pickett advances on what was effectively a sacrifice. Her run would still be earned. The run currently carried by Erica Anderson would be unearned. It's an E3 on the corral by Mackenzie Short. So Anderson will be running at first base, and Sarah Von On is up next. With no one out, 2 runners on the first pitch. Von On will bunt this one foul, trying to get the runners in better scoring position. No balls, 1 strike on the count. 7-6, Rowan in the lead. If MIT is to win, it will be at least 8-7 the score. If Rowan is to win, it will be 7-6. Von On throws the bat out at the bunt attempt, and that's ultimately called a strike. She's behind the count 0-2. Wickman on deck. Phoebe Lee, behind her. Rosenzweig with her helmet on at the dugout. Von On, tying runner at second. Winning run at first. Swinging. That will be dropped into left field. There will be a close play at third, not in time, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. Pickett safe at third on the base hit for Von On. And of course this game had to hit a crescendo like this. No one out. The 6th time that the Engineers have loaded the bases against Rowan across the 3 games they've played. They struggled early in this game. They've started to come around. Wickman slashes that down the left line. If she just straightened that out, that's very likely to home and the game over. Wickman has had a very good offensive day. Scored 2 runs, 1 in the 2nd and 1 in the 6th. The freshman from Omaha, Nebraska, behind the count 0-1. Looks at that one outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. You can feel the energy here at Briggs, here in Cambridge. What has been a spectacular game. The 1-1. Wickman slashes it foul. That's off the top netting. And now Rowan sweating bullets. DiDomenico just trying to get an out. Needs 1 more strike to get the first one. Phoebe Lee waiting on deck. Von On at first, Anderson at second, and Pickett at third. Slashed foul again. This is a great at-bat from the Elkhorn High School alum. The 1-2. Outside, count evens at 2s. The park is buzzing. Two balls, 2 strikes. No one out, bases loaded with Engineers. Grounded foul. Outside the bag. Continue a few camera adjustments here. This game had to be this for the proper payoff. Outside, ball 3. Another ball to Wickman means a tie game. A strike means an out. The tension. Lifted to left. Zane is under it, makes the catch. Pickett charging home. The throw is in time. She's out. And they've got trouble on the base paths as Anderson scampers up. That's a double play on that one, as Coleman asking some questions about it. 2 retired as Wickman flies out. Pickett down 7-2 at the plate for the second out of the inning. And just like that, the Engineers are down to their last breath. Anderson at third. Vaughn on at second. Anderson is now the tying run, and Phoebe Lee is the last gasp for the Engineers. And out here, and Rowan goes to the supers. A base hit, possibly. Scores 2, definitely scores at least 1. First pitch outside. Rosenzweig is on deck. There's still a possibility that she comes up to bat in this inning. 1 ball, no strikes, with 2 out after the fly-out throw-out double play. Grounded. This one will be close. At short. Throw to first. Game over. And the Rowan Profs survive. 7-6. They move on to the Super Regionals. It takes every single thing that the MIT Engineers have to offer and everything the Profs have to answer. And after a magnificent duel in 14 innings, the MIT Engineers are defeated by the Rowan Profs in what was a spectacular game. A beautiful effort in the circle by Colleen Campbell, who threw 12 innings, came up just a little bit shy. MIT had tantalizingly close opportunities, was so close so many times. Rowan, similarly close, took everything they had to get through this regional. A full and complete day. MIT concludes their season with 30 wins, 12 losses, and 1 tie. Rowan, 33-12 after what was an insane round of NCAA playoff softball. The Rowan Profs advance out of the Cambridge Regional. So the teams give what they have. The winning pitcher will be Jesse DiDomenico, who takes everything they possibly have. The losing pitcher, the tough luck losing pitcher, Colleen Campbell, came on in the 3rd inning. Strikes out 12 Profs and sits down the players that she needed to for almost all of it. The MIT season, runners-up in the NUMAC tournament, 2nd place in the regular season. Their year is done in heartbreaking fashion, but honorable fight. The season is also all done. The careers now are all done for Erica Anderson, Amber Van Amel, and Raven Nazar. Nazar, the 2-time reigning NUMAC Pitcher of the Year an honorable fight right down to the wire, just a little bit short. For Rowan, it seems very likely that they will be hosting the Super Regional this upcoming Friday and Saturday against Eastern Connecticut State, who pulled an enormous upset over the host, Tufts University, in the Medford Regional, and in fact, never even lost a game at any point in the regional. As tough a game as they could experience. They loaded the bases with no one out in the 14th inning. A fly out by Wickman to left, tagged out Matty Pickett at home on the throw. A great throw by Zane, a good tag by Garino. A ground out 6-3 by Phoebe Lee. Across all of the games played by the MIT Engineers, they played 10 innings against Husson. They played 10 innings against Rowan in the first game on Saturday. They played a long 7-inning game against Eastern Nazarene, which saw them down to their last moments. Fought back and won that game 5-4. They played 7 innings earlier today. That brought them up to 30. That brought them up to 34 innings before this game was even played. 14 innings, that's 48 innings worth of playoff softball for the team ranked first in the NEWMAC Regional, in the New England regions. A phenomenal season for first year Brooke Coleman, head coach, first year for her. Member of the Gettysburg graduating class of 2014. Young coach, succeeded for Jen Williams, who took the Dartmouth head coaching job after leading this MIT program to 2 College World Series appearances. The program is in good hands with Coleman moving forward. But for Kim Wilson, another trip to the Super Regionals. Rowan, one of the most decorated programs, in their 26th appearance in the NCAA softball tournament. They'll draw EastCon, and they'll have an opportunity to make it 2 trips to the College World Series with this crop of seniors. This will be the last broadcast of any game in the 2018-2019 season here at MIT Athletics. This is the last game now with MIT defeated. A great season for MIT across the board. A great season of broadcast. We thank you for listening and thank you for enjoying all that we have had to offer, all the sports that we have had to bring you. Teams will line up on the field. Throw it to Max Berkowitz, who has the announcements.
Regional all-tournament team and the most outstanding player. Will the following student athletes please come forward? From Husson, Jen Jones. From Eastern Nazarene, Kylie Ozaki. From Eastern Nazarene, Elizabeth Schaefer. From MIT, Sarah Von Hahn. From MIT, Devin Getz. And from MIT, Raven Nasser. From Rowan, Morgan Zane. From Rowan, Carly Anderson. From Rowan, Christina Torino. And the most outstanding player of the Cambridge Regional, from Rowan, Jesse D. Domenico.
Starting pitcher for many of the games, voted the most outstanding player.
We will now be presenting the awards for the second place team and the regional champion from the Cambridge Regional, the 2019 Division III Softball Championship. To present the championship awards are NCAA Division III Softball Committee member, NCAA State Representative, Kelly Revere, and Tournament Director, Barb Bullock. We will begin with the second place team, the Engineers of MIT. Student athletes, please step forward as your name is read to accept your award. Number 1, Deborah Torres. Number 2, Julia Chatterjee. Number 3, Anya Chase. Number 5, Phoebe Lee. From number 6, Claire Wickman. Number 7, Sierra Rosenzweig. Number 9, Maddie Pickett. Number 10, Olivia Lucchese. Number 11, Senior Erica Anderson. Number 12, Colleen Campbell. Number 13, Cassidy Peterson. Number 14, Senior Raven Nasser. Number 15, Senior Amber Van Hemmel. Number 23, Devin Getz. Number 24, Sarah Von On. And number 25, Michelle List. Coaches, Ellie Fedor and Chris Lewis. Head coach, Brooke Hellman. Congratulations, MIT, on an outstanding 2019 season. We'd also like to recognize the coaches and support staff. Congratulations to MIT on an outstanding season. Now it's time to recognize the 2019 Cambridge Regional Champions, the Profs of Rowan University. Members of the Regional Championship team will receive their individual awards either the Super Regional next week or the National Championship in Tyler, Texas. But we'd like to recognize each member today. Please step forward as your name is read. Number 27, Corey Hay. Number 6, Stephanie Quintanas. Number 17, Alessandra Rodriguez. Number 9, Alexa Sacavano. Number 28, Morgan Zane. Number 20, Emily August. Number 21, Kelly Duffy. Number 23, Christina Torino. Number 7, Rebecca Lombardo. Number 8, Sonia Sharma. Number 14, Shay Branda. Number 12, Jesse D. Domenico. Number 24, Lauren Shannon. Number 22, Mackenzie Short. Number 13, Carly Anderson. Number 4, Gianna Decker. Number 10, Christina Muller. And number 26, Cassandra Gerard. Assistant coaches, Ann Daly and Mike Medrick. Head coach, Jim Wilson. Congratulations to the Profs of Rowan University, the Cambridge Regional Champion of the 2019 Cambridge Regional. Best of luck next weekend at Super Regionals.
A big thanks to all the staff who worked the weekend here in Cambridge. Big thanks to the main staff at MIT. In particular, thank yous to Ken Johnson, Max Berkowitz, and Mindy Brower for all the work they do in the communications. That is it for the MIT Engineers 2018-19 broadcast schedule. That is it for the 2019 Cambridge Regional in the 2019 softball tournament. For all of us here with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, I'm Chris Lynch. We hope you enjoyed your time here with us in Cambridge. Best of luck to Rowan moving forward. Have a great night, everybody.